Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, walk and talk as usual. We have a little bit of a long walk, but that would basically be assured regardless of where we went because we are here, right? So a quick mention before I forget later. I'm testing something in regards to bitrate for the stream. Long story short, normally I stream with like 25,000 kilobit per second, which is like more than 4 times the amount YouTube recommends, which means that most of my streams while I'm streaming, YouTube will like flip-flop between, oh, it's a very good connection, and you know you're sending way too much, right? Like back and forth for the entire stream. This time, I'm testing with exactly the highest amount that YouTube says that I should use. Just to see. There's also something else that I would need to know that for. However, what I'm interested in from all of you is if you feel like there's something like particularly unusual about the quality of the stream, like it's way worse than usual or something like that, I would like to know. The reason I'm not putting it in a pinned comment is because if it's like right there in your face the entire stream, there's a possibility that your brain will start going, well, I mean, I don't think it usually looks like that. Like, you start trying to convince yourself that there's something wrong. While there isn't, like, it's business as usual, but because you got asked, now it's really obvious, right? But if it looks good on your end, perfect. But maybe something happens. Yannick says as long as the audio is fine, I'm good. Oh, fair enough. The things that I'm thinking about more is like if I start like swinging the camera around, maybe it gets worse than usual. I don't know. I imagine it wouldn't, but we'll see. That said, hey Talma, hey Zaf, hey Lana, hey Gazel, hey Girahin, hey Tidali, hey Saras, hey Sally, hey Sleepy Walrus, hey Jason, hey Ninetails, hey Rada, hey Kazragoon, hey Agent Monica, hey Mizunashi, hey Ridlian, hey Yannick, hey Ham, hey Truck, hey Nox, and hey Gardason. Hope you're all doing very well. And good luck, Gardason. Yeah, stuttering can happen a bit. That could both be me or you. But if it's not happening for others, like that's usually like the quality control, you could say, is that someone goes, it looks weird for me, and then someone else goes, it's fine on my end, then it can be a personal issue. It can also be something on my end, and the other person just doesn't see it. So I still appreciate being told. And Rara, to your question, I had 2 slices of bread with meat on them. Oh yeah, we should probably start walking. You see here, I had forgotten to set a setting that I normally have. So live split was acting a little bit weird. Exactly, Trog. It's very nice. See, Yannick says I'm in a bit of a pickle. I got a white mage file parked on 141. I don't know if it can safely multiple demons and kill them before cast or stun the cast of Charybdis. Wait, Charybdis? Isn't Charybdis the tornadoes that that Behemoth puts down? No, wait. I'm getting myself confused, I think. Just a sandwich for the illustrious Caetsu Chaiji. Preposterous. We must feed this man only the finest. Well, I'm actually good with a sandwich. Yesterday, like, a good friend of mine is like, he's not my neighbor, but he lives just down the street. Met him at an internship years ago. As he was finishing his internship, he had some issues with the website for like getting an apartment that isn't like a student's apartment. I helped him with that, and incidentally ended up like getting an apartment like a stone's throw from where I live. And sometimes we'll eat something together. And yesterday he came over, like he had just made a lot of food and was like, "Do you want a portion?" And I'm like, "Excellent. All I had to do was make some rice." That's pretty good. Hey Jet, hope you're doing well. We're getting to some heckin' smurf. Well, that also sounds pretty awesome. And unless there's something is wrong, there is no elf to be seen. I'm not going to get in too much detail with that, but Aradil is busy for the next few days because of some IRL stuff. Maybe they'll show up during the stream, but that's like if they have time. A little bit busy. That's also part of the reason why this week's raid stream is on Sunday instead of Saturday or Friday. Is because we have some that can't Saturday, and we're lacking an elf. And optimally, we just don't raid if there's anyone missing. We'd rather have it on a weird day than missing someone. Good luck, Yannick. Jet says, this walk reminds me of my friend that at one point decided he'd go everywhere he needed to without using teleport return. I remember around the time when Wrath started his whole, like, solo challenge stuff, that there was an explosion in various, like, challenge runs of different kinds. It's not to say that those weren't already being produced like crazy before then, but I specifically remember one where the premise was that they walked everywhere. I don't know how far they got with that, but at some point, Katsu is going to walk into an area where someone is slightly too low level and ends up being bullied by a mob. It'll be fine. We've done these kind of walks many times, and usually people are quick to punish the evildoers and then rest the unfortunate soul. Which is, you know, good enough. It works. Hey Shakespeare, it's been a long time. Hope you're doing well. Also, hey Ostak, hope you're doing well as well. And oh yes, definitely Rara. He's a very good friend. Do I remember how to get over there? Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. And hey Solization, hope you're doing well as well. By a long time, do you mean like several centuries? No. Shakespeare has... it's been a long time since they were in a stream, but you may notice their full name is quite tricky. So it's easy to remember for me, at least. If you're walking in Mare Lamentorum, are you moonwalking? Kind of. And thank you, Jet. What I find quite interesting about those videos is that sometimes I have quite a revelation of some players thinking they know exactly how a job works by proving they don't have any clue how a job works. Does anyone remember where it is that... Are we not supposed to be over there? I'm pretty sure it's over there. Hey, Rythian. Hope you're doing well. Who would ever use weird names? I know, right, Nox? Yeah, glad to have you back, Shakespeare. I'm pretty sure... Oh, yeah, there it is. What's your favorite example of someone thinking they know how a job works? Someone... See, the thing is, I don't want to, like, throw someone under the bus. I'm not trying to, like, go, oh, they're an idiot. But more like... In this particular case, I'm going to show, or like to explain, I'm just going to preface by saying it's not the worst, and it demonstrated like a misunderstanding of how the like optimization and stuff. But it was pretty funny, and I know some of you will know which comment section, like which comment it was about. So if you remember, don't like name drop, right? Like. You would be able to find the person, but, like, don't start dunking on them. And if you know who it is, don't, like, name drop them here. One of my suggestions was to make Scathe more helpful. And my suggestion was make Scathe free. Remove the random chance for doing double damage. Maybe like normalize its damage like 120 potency, whatever. You might even be able to boost it a little bit more and it would still be fine. And make it so that Scathe extends the duration of whatever state you are in at the moment, whether it's Umbral, Ice, or Astral Fire, by, for instance, 5 seconds. That basically means that you can use Scathe as like a stalling option. Like if for any reason you don't know what to do, you can just go Scathe and then just move to safety and continue from where you were. It's probably not going to be the optimal move in any situation, but it's there. It's an option you have. The counter argument to that was, well, if you can do that, you could just use Scathe after every Fire 4. And then, like, your rotation is basically trivially easy. And, well, you can, like, you can probably see how that it doesn't work like that. So my explanation, my counter argument there was, you could not do that, and then just, like, do the rotation normally, and when you get to Umbral Ice, you could just cast Blizzard 1 6 times, and that would actually, like... Fire 4 Scathe 6 times would be worse than like Fire 4, like your normal Astral Fire state, and then you go to Umbral Ice, and then you use Blizzard 1 6 times. That would do more damage. It would still be stupid, but it would be better than using Scathe 6 times. What you're saving by using Scathe 6 times there is that I guess you don't need to use Paradox. But I'm pretty sure Paradox is objectively better than 1 Fire 4 because of it also giving you Firestarter. So it's But that, like, basically what that told me was that they either didn't realize that Scathe is not an OGCD, or they didn't quite grasp that wasting that much time on Scathe is incredibly painful for your damage output. There wouldn't be MP issues with that, because we're talking about a change where hypothetically Scathe would be free, Sea Silver. Also, I hope you're doing well. Sleepy Walrus says, I got humbled by Sage recently. I'm used to playing pure healers, and I cannot seem to get Sage to cook for me in lower level content. It's difficult. If you get particularly low, it can be a little bit scary. Scathe would be free, but Fire 4 wouldn't. Well, the point was that you just go Fire 4 Scathe, and you do that 6 times, and then, like, you finish with Despair, and then you go over to Umbral Ice and all that. but it doesn't really work, right? Like it would work, but it wouldn't be really good. But yeah, point is that that's a misunderstanding, and I'm not trying to say, oh, that person's an idiot for thinking that. It's, you know, it's just, then we talk about it. I'll say file up and pick a hoop. And Red Mail, hope you're doing well. To your question, Sleepy Walrus, or your point, Sleepy Walrus, if you're in particularly low content, there's not much you can do. It's like, I mean, you might have to use diagnosis. If you're low enough every so often. But, you know, just think out the box. If you're particularly low level, you don't have very many options, and you will be forced to use some GC healing. So, like, you know, adjust to the situation. Just because you're a barrier healer doesn't mean that you'll never have to cast a GCD healing spell. I don't know if that's what's causing problems, but maybe. Let's see. It says Sage has been mentioned, and that reminds you guys to change my entire existence by telling me that Flemmer had worse AoE when upgraded. Oh yeah, that was one of the weirdest observations I had myself. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned it to me, and I looked at it and was like, what? And then I checked it and I was like, huh. Weird. Pico says, I caught Priest 3 times and Serpent slipped every time. Wait, what? Red Mail says, I always found it funny that Scathe is usually the most powerful black magic. A black mage spell in a Final Fantasy game, and then 14 it's just a poop spell that you typically don't use past 30 or 35. Yeah, exactly. I think I've mentioned that myself as well as that. That's kind of funny how that works. Salomar says, something I've been wondering about in Dragoon Opener. Why not pop Geishka before Chaotic Spring? Isn't that the highest potency action? Part of it comes down to making sure that your damage buff from Geishka overlaps with raid buffs, I believe. Game? I was like, hey Ham, and Subset Fury. Hope you're doing well. Turning Scathe into an OGSD no cooldown just mana cost would be incredibly cursed. It would be insanely cursed. I'm pretty sure because of the amount of NP you end up on as a black mage as you go through your rotation, it would still be bad. Like, it would actually not be a good option. It'd just be like the ultimate trap button. You click it once and then you can't use this. Like, you either lose a Fire 4 or a Despair, you choose. And if you lose a Fire 4, you also lose Flare Star, so. Subset Fury says, I'm new to tanking and I'm learning how to cycle through my defensive cooldowns as Gunbreaker. Is there ever a time where I would need to use more than one defensive cooldown at once? In Endwalker dungeons, I'm actually not entirely sure if it's necessary anymore once you get to Dawntrail, but in Endwalker dungeons, there are some pulls where it is really handy to use 2 at a time, at least at the start of the fight. I've I've referred to this trick as a few different things. Interlacing defensive cooldowns rather than defensive cooldown cycling, or double stuffing defensive cooldowns. This can be particularly helpful in Tower of Zod. There's a particular pull in Tower of Babel. There's several pulls in Vanaspati. Certain pulls in Caetsu's Hyperborea. Less crucial in Aishia scope, I would say, but it could be that it would be handy. Essentially, the way that it will play out is as Gunbreaker that you would use Heart of Corundum in addition to whatever other cooldown you would use. So like, you would pull, and then as you're like... no, Jet, imagine like an Oreo. They're called double stuffed if there's twice the thing in it. But like the way you would go about it with Gunbreaker is like you would pull something, and as you're reaching the destination, you use Heart of Corundum. Then as the enemies reach you, you use something like Nebula or Rampart, and then by the order you use them in, like you like kinda interlace them a bit, so like they're not used exactly at the same time. Heart of Corundum is likely to be available again before both of those effects run out. So like that Nebula will probably last so that you can Heart of Corundum again, and then you just Heart of Corundum normally, assuming mobs are dead. You won't need to like double down on cooldowns again, but depending on the pull, you might also go like Heart of Corundum, and then like as there's like 3 seconds left on it, you use Rampart, and then when there's like 4 or 5 seconds left on that, you use something else and like make your way through it. It's a little easier to do that with Dark Knight actually, because they have Oblation. But it depends on the tank. But the point is that yes, there will be pulls where it would be really handy to like have 2 cooldowns running, but that's also the reason why in my guides I try to say like try to use defensive cooldown cycling, but sometimes. Like there's always an exception, right? And congratulations to your friend, Ridlian. That does never use GC heals is bad advice, in my opinion. More like, remember to use all your options. Yeah, the thing is, when people say never use GCD heals, it's like, what they're trying to convey is like, it's a little bit like other sayings where like, part of the statement is missing, right? It's like, never use GCD heals if something else would have done the trick. Right, like that's kind of the idea. Like, don't use GCD healing if you don't have to, but sometimes you have to, and sometimes GCD healing is your best option. But the main lesson is think, right? Just think. That's it. That's all. Truck says, does it make you crazy that most people call it Gearskogul? No. I believe the closest pronunciation of this action is Icelandic, because it's Old Norse, and Icelandic is reasonably close to it. I'm pretty sure it's like Gersjol or something like that. I'm actually not sure. So my Icelandic viewers sometimes mess with me whenever I say Geishgagul, because I'm trying to meet in the middle of saying it kinda okay, but close enough that someone reading the tooltip goes, oh yeah, that action, I get it. Yeah. I do the same with Sage actions. I call exclusively the Adderskull spenders. I try to use a pretty strong Greek pronunciation, but everything else, it's like the closest is that I call it Nevma, for instance. Nevma. Which I've been told recently isn't exactly close enough, but it's pretty close. You see, actually, Sally, you would get 0 OGD Skates before you screw yourself, because Skate costs 800. And when you're going to use Despair, you have 1,400 MP typically, or 1,200, I think? You have less than 1,600, and Despair requires at minimum 800. So if you use Scathe even once during Astral Fire, you don't get to have despair. Then you actually despair IRL instead. No, I see, Pikachu. I was like, priests? Huh? Zam says the last pull in Aishia scope I remember hurting a lot. The funny thing to me is that the very first pull with just the 2 dudes and you can't pull more is really painful relative to what you're fighting. Like, those 2 mobs could justify a defensive cooldown on their own. Ninetale says, do you have a favorite zone from ESG expansion? Well, Ultima Thule in Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, it would probably be the Tempest. I think it would be Azim's Step in Stormblood. I actually don't think I have any for a Realm Reborn or Heavensward. And I'm not sure on Dawntrail. And I'm glad to hear that, Subset Fury. Thank you. Solization says, I think it'd be better to say if everyone plays well, GCD healing is unnecessary. Not in all content, Solization, which is exactly the reason why it is dangerous to say even that. Yeah, as his last pretty cool, Valvadis. It's just I don't know if it stands out enough that I would say like that's my favorite. And yeah, exactly, Ostak. Ostak says it's like the saying great minds think alike. The full quote is, though great minds think alike, fools seldom differ. A little bit that's left out can really change the context. Yes. That's actually a really good point. That's a really good point. So he says, if only Kay or Coco were here, yeah, they would immediately be able to tell me how it was actually pronounced. Gazel says, I just call it Pneuma, so that no one knows which spell I'm talking about. Yeah, even better, right? No one knows what I'm talking about. Final says, can you explain how shield block the stat works? Not really, because there is no, like, there is shield block rating and shield block strength. The long story short is that rating increases the chance and strength increases the strength, but because they're all normalized, it's kinda same, right? The way it actually matters is that if you have a good shield, you will have approximately 30% chance to block 20% damage. That's it. In certain duties, you get synced down weird, and then it becomes 19% damage reduction or 18% damage reduction, and the block rate will also scale with that. There's even a possibility that it'll go even further down in certain duties because of the way it scales weird. There was actually a point at the very start of Dawntrail it was discovered that the developers forgot to increase the block rate and strength on shields for Dawntrail, so Paladins just, like, as they leveled up, they didn't get better shields. So, like, their blocks just became bad. They got fixed relatively quickly, but that's a really, really weird oversight, right? Elia, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, Leah. Like, so just to be clear, the thought experiment was, if Scathe was an OGCD, would it be any good? And the answer is basically nope. Just straight up nope. Hey, Phil, hope you're doing well. And Jackard, hope you're doing well as well. And Valvadis. You know, I might like Western Highlands, Curtis Western Highlands, better if there was an additional Aetheryte somewhere in it. Yeah, that makes sense, Rara. The reason why I save Nevma is because basically all of the actions in the Sage toolkit that have quote-unquote weird names are Greek. Like, they're straight up Greek. I have actually a whole video on the topic of the meanings and pronunciations of the weird action names in Final Fantasy XIV. Now, it could be argued that I'm not the best person to do that, given that I don't speak that many languages, but I feel like I'm relatively good at pronunciation, and I try my best to, like, actually get the meaning of the words right. But there are somewhere miss. There are somewhere kind of miss, but I believe the Sage section was either the strongest or longest or second longest section of the video, where you can probably imagine that the Samurai and Ninja section took up quite a bit as well. You might be wondering why. And it turns out that basically all of these Sage actions where there is a U in it, almost all of them, if it's like EU, if you try and get the Greek version, it's a V, it's not a U. So it's not Eucrasia, it's Evcrasia, right? Evcrasia, something like that. But it gets even weirder because if you grab the Japanese name for these actions, it's not a V. Let's just say that. It's like in the Japanese version, I'm pretty sure it is written as Eucrasia or something like that, right? Eucrasia. So like they just took it as is. It gets even weirder with that. Jet says, my suggestion for Skaze is I'd remove it and change Thunder to have no proc. At that point, Thunder would be like healers refreshing dots early for movement. That is a way to do it. I've previously suggested that they could remove Thunderhead and then just make Thunder have no upfront potency. Like, it's just straight up a dot, like Bio style. Because if the problem is that, oh no, then like you'll just spam Thunder and then Skaith has no purpose. Okay, fine. We just make Thunder spammable, but it doesn't compete with Skaith. Not that Skaith was in the runnings in the first place, right? But yeah, your suggestion could also work. I just feel like it's the easy way out to just go, oh, this action doesn't work super well, let's remove it. Like, it feels a little... right? What's the point of the video then? This action is bad, delete it. This action also sucks, remove it. Like, Jackat says, my least favorite thing to see is a Sage wasting MP throwing up shields constantly instead of any damage, and then we lose in rage on many fights. Oh, man. Oh, that is rough, yes. That is rough. I also find it particularly rough when I have a Sage healer that like spams Evcration Diagnosis, and they use Evcration Diagnosis and then Toxicon, and then you have Evcration Diagnosis and then Toxicon, like as if that's some sort of damage gain, but it's not. See also, hey Matthew and Sonnen, hope you're doing well. Me trying to probably answer every question that I get, and then I fall so far behind that there's like a whole page of messages that I hadn't seen yet. Matthew says, what if it also gave 800 MP? If Skaith gave 800 MP, then I mean, if it was both an OGCD and also gave 800 MP, then it would be, that would be a problem, don't you think? That would be a colossal problem. At Skaith, despair. Not even Solicization. You would just go despair Skaith, and forever. Because despair only takes 800 MP. Now that would be something else. Leah says Skaith OGC might have a weird case in Ice Phase with Lucid Dreaming, B3 Lucid, Paradox, MP Tick, Scathe. Oh yeah, I guess that could work. That would be weird. What if Despair brought you back to full MP every time you used it? Despair, 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 despair. Leah says, anyways, about pronouncing things, I have a fairly good grasp of phonemes? I don't actually know that word, but I just use the words people can recognize because that's what matters after all. Yeah, that's also the reason why I say the things the way that I do. In that I try to meet a middle ground, that I use a pronunciation that is close enough to the correct one while not going so far off track that people have no idea what I'm talking about. Or at least I try to. Which then circles back to the way that I say Geishkagul instead of something more Old Norse sounding like it's supposed to. I would also gladly say Nostrand, just for the memes. But probably not in seriousness, because that's a Danish pronunciation of Nasrand. But yeah, using the words that people understand is the more important thing, the more helpful thing. So hey, Gleaming and Thomas, hope you're doing well. Let's see, Gleaming says, I didn't actually finish the video yesterday because I got interrupted, so sorry if you already said this, but do you think free cure being like 100% proc would be 1, acceptable, and 2, make it useful? No, and no. No and no. I think I actually mentioned this in the video, but not 100% sure. The problem is that MP is outside of like maybe level 50, where there might be a situation where like you actually run out of MP. Outside of that, free cure is basically useless because the problem is that Cure 1 heals less than Cure 2. Like, if Free Cure like, if you just replace the entire text of Free Cure, renamed it to Better Cure, and made it so that Cure 1 boosted the potency of the next Cure 2 by, I don't know, 300 or 400 potency even, so that Cure 1, Cure 2 would be net more potency, then I think we'd actually be getting somewhere. The problem is that saving MP by using Cure 1 is just, like, it's really, really, really rare that it's actually helpful. So even if Cure 1's proc chance was 100%, it would still be at best. Sounds like Enhanced Benefic? Yeah, right? And Enhanced Benefic is exactly that. Even if it was 100% proc chance, it wouldn't actually break even with just casting Benefic 2 twice. Thomas says, I've been playing Black Mage and I totally forgot about Scathe until the video. I think I mentioned in my Black Mage guide that Scathe is such a niche action that a lot of Black Mage mains don't even have it on their boss. So that's totally understandable. Us stakes is people in England should just get EU Crazier renamed to Crazier. Yeah, they don't have the EU part. So he says Black Mage feels like a weird middle ground between not complicated enough and too complicated based on where you go on the internet, and then everyone in that middle just gets drowned out. It's difficult, and that's actually something that I was thinking about earlier, Sally, because it's not even a Black Mage thing. It's a, I would say it's probably not just a Final Fantasy XIV thing, but it's more like it doesn't matter what you say almost. If you say, if I made a video and said, I actually did that, I basically made the video that said both. If you make a statement saying that the Dawntrail dungeons are too easy, then there will be people disagreeing heavily with you, because they found them hard, and still do. If you say that the Dawntrail dungeons are too hard, there will be people disagreeing with you because they absolutely don't feel that way. They never felt that way. Maybe they did feel that way, but they certainly don't feel that way anymore. So you're wrong. And the thing is, there will be people in the middle ground that will essentially be saying the equivalent of when I say, well, I mean, the Dawntrail dungeons can simultaneously be too hard and too easy, depending on who you ask. And they would be saying that, but the thing is, on the internet, that kind of opinion is like, it's a discussion, right? But most of the time, the extreme point of view is what gets more attention, which gives the effect that it feels like those in the middle just get drowned out, right? And yes, that statement is huge with Chaotic Ninetales. Part of the problem there is also specifically that a lot of players that were like more hardcore in Final Fantasy XIV or are more hardcore got into it and finished within like 2 weeks. Which means that they had the experience of it. It was challenging, but it was relatively manageable because they got it while all the like strong, solid players were doing it, and those that came after then had to contend with quote-unquote the leftovers, which could also include hardcore players that didn't have time at that time. But then like the difficulty increases as the average skill level of those people doing Chaotic drops. But it means that both can be right for that reason too. Jet says Final Fantasy XIV job actions as the Pokemon pronunciation talks all over again. Is it that bad? I mean Blue Nastrand. And it says just be thankful we don't have any Polish words in this game. Eventually, I'm sure. Are you talking about Kyogre? Sally. Hey Liv, hope you're doing well. And Sip, hope you're doing well as well. I also have a Scathe on my bars. I have every action of every job on my bars. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. Liv says the people saying something is too easy are vocal about it. The people saying something is too hard are vocal about it. The people who think it's fine are too busy playing the game. Correct. Exactly. The people that really hate something are very vocal about it. The people that really like something are likely to be vocal about it. The people that are like, it's fine, they're probably just doing it. Right? And they're just doing the thing, and then that's it. Hey Pizza, hope you're doing well. It's a tradition. We have to have a speedrun timer when we're doing walks because it's hilarious. Enjoy your evening, tell them up. Sally says, I quoted the horrendous mispronunciation from the Gen 3 Pokemon rap. I didn't even know there was a Gen 3 Pokemon rap. In Denmark, I'm pretty sure we only had like I might have just missed it, but I only remember the Gen 1 Pokemon rap. But it wasn't Danish. But I will also say that Kyogre is a really mean name. Like, that's really hard. Ostrike says, so the chat either loves or hates you. No one thinks the stream is fine. I'm sure some people just think it's fine. Can you sing it in Danish so we know how it goes? I cannot. Also, Isipel, hope you're doing well. It's the same as the English version, it's just in Danish. Fel says, I think the Dawntrail dungeons were decently hard without gear. I felt like the thing that made the Dawntrail dungeons hard initially was not knowing them. Like, that's what makes it challenging sometimes, because that's also what you'll see is that... How long did it... I can't remember, was it the second or third stream of Savage raiding before we actually got M1S down? Black Cat? We had a little bit of like, you know, roster situations to iron out there. But it took several goes, like a lot of goes to get it right. And now we go into M1S on the weekly reclears. Was it second stream? Fair enough. we go in, and the reason we wipe is because someone is not paying attention. Like, that is the reason, typically. And it's simply because once you have it, once you've figured it out, it's not that bad. Like, it is incredible how much easier a fight becomes the moment you've beaten it once. Emily says, speaking of having stuff on our bars, I recently tried healing in high end for the first time on Tuesday, and it made me realize I didn't have limit break on my scholar bars. Oh, I don't think I have that either. That's why I have a limit break button here. My scholar also doesn't even have space for a mount button because of Seraphism. I'm glad to hear that, Pizza. The Pokemon raps fall into so bad it's good territory. I will say the Gen 1 Pokemon rap wasn't bad. Jonathan, Jonathan, I hope you're doing well. Jonathan says, as a child, arguing with my schoolmates about the pronunciation of Pokemon names and moves was entertaining. I'm happy to see the tradition upheld. Emily says, I have Charmeleon, Wartortle, indelibly engraved into my brain. They also said that exactly like that in the Danish version, if I recall correctly. Ain't that funny? Hey, Nozrel, Tay, and Joshua, hope you're doing well. Jet says, I think it's okay for dungeons to cause wipes, and I think a lot of people expect to get through normal content without a bruise or two. It's okay to make mistakes, and there should be room to make them. Yes, I agree. I think it's actually wild that that dungeons are suddenly expected to be easy peasy like that, right? But I can see why. Like, I can understand a little bit why some players are like, no, it has to be easy. But it's also like, how can I say it? If duties are challenging, then they stay interesting for longer. But if they're not challenging, then they kind of lose the excitement relatively quickly. And then you just want to get them over with, right? So the reason why we want the dungeons to be easy is because they're easy, at least for a lot of players. There's also some players that are not saying they want them to be easy, they want them to be beatable, and the reason they want them to be beatable is because it's hard for them already, right? Like, that's the problem. That's the problem. So you can't really win, right? Nozrel says, given the difference between how easy a fight feels like it becomes, I'm surprised we haven't given it a name like named law like in science. That is a good point. And I agree, Gleaming. Absolutely. That that's the thing with games, is that you can, like, that's also why we sometimes talk about, like, the thought of, if you could experience something for the first time again, what would it be? Because there is nothing Final Fantasy XIV can do to hold fast to that experience, that, like, of experiencing new content for the first time. You can only experience it for the first time once. Nothing else. The only way they can make it new for longer is if there's, like, some random element that makes it new for longer. But at some point you'll have seen all the configurations, you will have seen it, and there's nothing more that can be done. So, like, the way that a game stays relevant is if it's enjoyable to replay over and over. See, Ostoik says, I put anything like sprint, limit break, mount on a shared hotbar. Anything universally useful gets put on there, so now I'll also put Scathe there. The reason why I have sprint on these hotbars is because it's keybound, but sprint is actually the same button on all of my jobs, even my non-combat ones. Emily says, it's interesting because I recall the Shadowbringers dungeons feeling like a step up in challenge when I first did them. I would say that Holminster Switch is a significant step up over the Stormblood dungeons as well. Just as an example. Suppose says, where does the spooky carnival expert dungeon fit into this argument? Ghost Park is actually pretty easy. The problem is if you're lagging. It's not very considerately designed for someone with less than a stellar connection. Cat says you want the dungeons hard the first time and easy when doing expert roulette. Exactly. That's exactly right, Cat. That is it. It would be awesome if they could make it in some way that the first time you do a dungeon, it's really hard and challenging. And then, like, basically the meme of when you fight a boss and when you unlock them as a character. Like, that's how a lot of people would like their dungeons. Is that the first time has to be really, really awesome and challenging. And then after that, good riddance, actually. Sally says, I still find it so weird when people say older dungeons specifically have gotten easier due to power creep. Like, they're faster, sure, but the bosses usually throw out all their mechanics immediately. Kind of, but there's also a lot of old bosses that don't even get to do all of their things. Forced minimizing during the story. Perfect. Emily says first boss of Ghost Park is also just relentless in the way it changed those little chasing mobs for nearly the entire fight. You know what's really interesting about that fight? Exactly because it was perceived as really hard, people really figured out how that fight works. Did you know that people figured out exactly how the well, I call them children in that fight, the small guys that chase people, exactly how they work. The first time they dash across, they log on to the position of the player that is furthest away from them, and then like run to that spot. When they have passed and then turn around for the run back, they target the closest player, which means that if you just have like your team, like just have a few players function as almost like lightning rods, you can have 100% control over where they run, which makes them way more predictable. But if the fight was easy, then no one would have cared. So then, like, that's also a funny thing, is that the more challenging a fight is, the more aggressively the players will try to force it to be easy again. Like, no, become easy. Difficult dungeon, become easy mode. All of existence, bent to my will. Turns Ghost Park 90 degrees. There we go. It feels punishing because of how long the consequences last. Yes. And that is also true, Leo. We have a huge case of power creep. But it doesn't change the fact that if a boss has a mechanic that kills you if you get it wrong, then it'll still kill you if you get it wrong. But I think a really, really good example of the sheer amount of power creep we've observed through the years is is it this one? Which one is it where the final boss is that demon guy that you also see in Don't Skate? Is it this one? The reason... the reason why that one is interesting is because I'm pretty sure in A Realm Reborn, failing the mechanic where you had to like open the 2 correct doors would just kill you. Just done. Try again. Given how much damage it does. I'm pretty sure that would still stay true in Heavensward, and I'm willing to suggest that it might also be the case in Stormblood. Yes, Diabolos, thank you. But by Shadowbringers or Endwalker, we're starting to reach a point where jobs have like just out the box just gotten so insanely strong that you can take the hit. Like if everyone's like maxed out item level, you can take the hit and just heal up. It's not optimal, because it hurts like crazy, and I think it gives a debuff that is also not very fun to have. But you can do that. Like you can just ignore the mechanic and just kill the boss first before he kills you. And that's the real problem with power creep over the years, is that we're getting strong enough that those older fights where they have something challenging, they have a complicated mechanic, I mean, it's really painful to ignore it, but you can often just, like, you can survive it and then just ignore it. Why do we get stronger in older content? It's just potency changes, really, Nosreld. It's mainly just potency changes. If I remember correctly, it was something like the strongest single potency attack in Heavensward was like Death Flare. Which peaked at 400. That was like the cream of the... Like, granted, Astral Fire do be weird. So, like, there's that factor as well. But 400 potency was a lot. Now, it's like Pictomancer hits level 30 and then they have an OGCD that does 600. Just... And, like, when... Like, I'm pretty sure Vipers, like, step 3 combo does, like, 400 potency at level 30. Phil says Pictomancer gets 1,300 at level 30. No, they have a trait, Phil. Try and, like, if you go into the game, switch to Pictomancer, and then toggle this and queue in and jump into level 30 dungeon, you'll find that Palm Muse is, like, 600 potency. And Mog of the Ages is as well. But yeah, they can, like, if they combine them, you get, like, 1,300 potency. It's pretty crazy. And then it's OGCD, so you could, you know, swift cast Fire and Red, ba-bam! And then, like, the enemy just implodes, just... Hey, Diasmus and Pal, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well as well, Madeline. I don't know about that, Silly. Silly says, if you just take the attack raw, you'll have the same result now as you did in 2.5. I would imagine that the amount of power creep we think we're seeing is less than what's actually happening. But I'm pretty certain that we've seen a lot of, like, that jobs have gotten a lot stronger, even when synced down. Dawntrail says, True Strike Monk's Raptor Ball Spender does 640 potency, level 50, spinning a ball. No, it does not. Does not do 640. Again. This. Level 50 dungeon, enter. See how much potency it says. I would have just gotten the tooltip for you, but just recently I moved a whole bunch of projects to like an external hard drive for space reasons, so I don't have it. Not on hand. But 640 I'm pretty sure it does not do. Hey Yoda, hope you're doing well. When do you think I should subscribe to the game? Whenever you want. If there's a piece of content that you want to interact with in Final Fantasy XIV that you can't interact with because you don't have a subscription, then that would be a major reason to consider starting subscription. That is, of course, something where you have to consider, can you wait? Would you like to wait? Right? But I would say if you really want access to those features, then you might as well, right? You might as well. But if you want to be like mega efficient with your money and stuff, then I mean, technically you could reach level 70, do most of the A Realm Reborn content, most of the Heavensward content, most of the story. I'm actually pretty sure you could collect every single relic weapon in those 3 expansions before you even consider buying the game. Although you will probably run into inventory space problems like after a while. But you could do that. So ultimately, the biggest consideration you need to think about when you're thinking of whether you should oh boy, not that song. Not that song. We don't like Torn from the Heavens here. That has a weird thing with YouTube. We'll just walk away for a bit. But that would be what I would say is, if you want access to those features, consider subscribing today. If you don't mind waiting, you could wait and focus on the other things you want to do. The way I went about it is complicated because, like, I got into the game back when the free trial was level 35 and only the Realm Reborn races. Like, I bought the game so I could look like this, just so that I could play in order, because that wasn't in the free trial when I started. Hey, Odell, hope you're doing well. And your 460 sounds a lot more reasonable. How is SIs legal at level 60? Well, an interesting thing is that apparently SIs in Heavensward. Now, hold on to something, Yannick. You might need to, like, really, like, clasp onto something, because here I'm gonna drop some revelation bombs on you. SIs used to be a 2-minute cooldown, 300 potency, but it restored 10% of your MP instead of 5. That's how it's legal at level 60. Now it's 400, 40-second cooldown, but only 5%. Was that in Heavensward? Yes. That was in Heavensward. I think some of those, like, it gradually got its cooldown reduced down to 45 seconds, but it wasn't until Endwalker had landed at 40. But it gradually moved down. Yeah, 2-minute cooldown SI sounds ridiculous. Like, it's really stupid, right? Just get that one big, like, that one sudden heal. Was its cooldown only 90 seconds? Oh, I might have exaggerated a bit in my mind. Thank you, Sally. 90 seconds, not 2 minutes. But that's still insane. Gleaming says, everything I hear about like pre-Stormblood Final Fantasy 14 makes me wonder how people played this game. If we go far enough back, and this is when it starts to get really complicated, because it starts to become like information where where people didn't quite document it super well. I'm pretty sure that in like 2.0 or 2.1, somewhere around those lines, ethereal manipulation was a several minute cooldown. Ethereal manipulation is the action black mages use to teleport to someone else. Swift cast also used to be several minutes. At least from what I could find. It's crazy. Also, hey, Modkid Man and SKG. Hope you're doing well. Teleport was at least like 3 minutes. Yeah, it's something like that, Gazel. Something like that. It was absolutely ludicrous. Insane. And you get to teleport to someone else once. I hope you make it count. Like, just the power... if we're going to talk power creep, just show a 3-minute cooldown from release A Realm Reborn, and then show a 3-minute cooldown from Dawntrail. In A Realm Reborn, we have ethereal manipulation, teleport to someone. In Dawntrail, we have Seraphism. That's a 3-minute cooldown. Remember Outbound Extreme? I remember hearing about it because I reached that, like, I got into the game in Stormblood. So when I reached it, it was like something that, like, the free company I happened to be in would mention when people would get to the fringes. Nozerel says, pull out the bingo card, but the various versions of World of Warcraft that are available show that there is interest, and rarely a definitive version of an MMO. That is correct. That is correct. Each person has their favorite version. Doesn't WoW have like several day-long cooldowns? No. Well, not quite. Sometimes some crafting professions might have something they can use once a day or once a week and things like that. But that's like, it's basically like in Final Fantasy 14, that would have been like a daily or something. Like you just showed on the this, right? And but what they did have is, if you go far enough back in World of Warcraft, there was a time where there were hour cooldowns, as in not as in hour cooldowns, as in 1 hour long cooldowns. For instance, what white mages have, known as benediction, paladins had both the DPS, although Lomao, right, in vanilla World of Warcraft, DPS paladin, tank paladins also, and healer paladins had lay on hands, which basically did the same thing on a 1 hour cooldown. I believe you could take a talent that could reduce it to only 45 minutes or something like that. But still. You also had Rebirth, which is an 1.5-ish cast time battle res, which is what it's called in World of Warcraft. Basically, swift cast plus a res, like that. 1 hour, or I think actually it was 30-minute cooldown. We also had shamans that had reincarnation, which I believe was 1 hour cooldown. Which was, when they die, they can just get back up. Like, they had they had essentially the ability to choose to be combat rest. Like, they could just go, nah, I didn't actually die. Knight. Oh, you're doing well, Knight. Just unlocked Rainbow Drip on my Pixmans last night. That skill is crazy, just as a hard cast. Like, is it optimized? No, but for starting burst, it's really good for opening fights. 40 minutes even better, Leah. I remember in the short time frame where I played hardcore, I played, like, my friend was a Frost Mage, and I was playing, well, like, when it was, like, an add-on that controlled it. We were playing a duo, like, right when the hardcore stuff started. My friend was playing a Frost Mage, I was playing a Holy Paladin, and I chose that Lay on Hands talent, because having the opportunity to save a potential death every 40 minutes instead of every hour is incredibly helpful. Ninetail says, for Protection Palace, Lay on Hands is now mega short cooldown. I know! I think it was like Wrath of the Lich King that Lay on Hands was already only like 15 minutes for all Paladins. And it has gotten shorter and shorter and shorter. Solarizations Final Fantasy XI has 2-hour cooldowns as a sort of analog to limit breaks. Consider that for a second. Consider that for a second. How long was a WoW encounter? Like, how many users could you get? A few minutes, typically. I don't think, like, back in Vanilla WoW, I don't think there was any, like... If you did the fight, quote-unquote, correctly, I don't think there would be any fight that went much past 10 minutes. So something that had a cooldown of over 10 minutes was, like, one thing, and something like Lay on Hands would be something you'd use a couple times in a raid night. Like, it was actually a problem if you wasted it, you could say. SKG says, how do you get over nerves of being a tank? The idea of being the person in charge is rather scary. I actually have a video on the concept of dealing with tanxiety. The best you can do is just try. The worst that can happen is you wipe. But I have a few other suggestions in that video if you fancy. As they answer me, hope you're doing well. It's just like Hallowed Ground in Final Fantasy XIV. Kinda cool, and then you get one off. Sarah says, you also don't have infinite reses in WoW, which is crazy now that I'm used to healer LB3. In WoW, originally the amount of combat reses you had kind of depended on what you had, because each druid you had the capacity to res someone, and each warlock you had the capacity to preemptively res someone, as in, originally they couldn't res you if you were already dead, but they could use a soul stone on you to basically cast a res on you in advance. So if you died, you could get back up, and every shaman could get back up once, right? So that was what you had. Over the years, eventually, more classes got combat reses, and you know, it starts to reach a point where it could get a little busted with all the combat reses, because you could have Death Knights, which could be tanks that had a combat res. Druids could also be tanks, and healers and DPS, and they could have a combat res. And Death Knights could also be DPS and have a combat res. And Warlocks, eventually, their Soulstone, you could choose to use it preemptively, but you also just use it on the corpse after the fact if you change your mind. So you could have a full raid where everyone could combat res. That's a little busted. So then they made it so that you have a certain amount of combat reses, and you get an additional one per 4 minutes of combat or something like that. Which I think is a decent solution. I think Final Fantasy XIV might be like benefit from a change like that. Maybe if they deem that having combat reses ad nauseum, as many as you want, is a little busted one day. I think it's an option. They could do that for like hard content, for example. And the way that it works is that just all players that have a combat res could see the amount of charges of combat reses they have at any point in the combat. And if anyone accepted one, everyone would lose a charge. Madeline says, I feel like I have some evil form of anxiety for healer, where I have to stop myself from taking attacks deliberately because I'm so bored just standing there and casting my normal attack. What? I'm a little confused. Hey Robert, hope you're doing well. I guess, like Destiny 2, I haven't played it. Hey Jacob, hope you're doing well. Remember when ability cooldowns didn't reset on a wipe, so if your tank used invuln, you had to wait for minutes to pull again? I was fortunate enough that I don't think I actually raided in Final Fantasy XIV at a time where that was a thing. But I could probably picture that the idea of leading a fight with your invuln like super early in the fight would probably not be super popular. Because, like, if you open with an invuln, then you have to wait 7 minutes again if you goof it up right at the start. Whereas, if you invuln, like, halfway through the fight at least, then it's less frequent that you have to. Jonathan says Swift cast is sort of a soft timer for battle res, since casting all 8 seconds is not recoverable unless your healer is an all-star. That's true, Jonathan, but let's just say that in World of Warcraft, you would start a fight with like 2 combat reses for 20 people, and you would get 1 after every 4 minutes or so. Which is equivalent to if only the healers can combat res. And their Swift cast has a shared cooldown of approximately 4 minutes. And also there's 2.5 times more people than that those 2 healers have to rest. Like, it's a completely different universe in how limited combat reses are in a different MMO from Final Fantasy XIV. The thing is, the game is balanced around it, right? A lot of fights in Final Fantasy XIV are so cutting edge that there is no, oh, you can just combat rest them. No. If you have someone die, it's too late. You might as well wipe it. Whereas in WoW, if someone dies, you can just battle rest them and it'll be fine. You just continue as if nothing happened. It's only a problem if someone dies and you can't rest them. Now we have a problem. So, like, again, different games. And Liv says they're very different games, but the way Destiny does raise is that any person can go up to a party member and revive someone, but in a raid, each person can only revive someone once per encounter. Yeah, that makes sense, Madeline. I would say it's a little dangerous to like try and doctor the problems. That's a little dangerous. But I perfectly understand the it isn't interesting to heal unless something goes wrong. And also, like, that's the funny thing, is that when I have my mentor roulettes and not like, and I get easy duties over and over again, it's like, oh, well, I guess nothing happens. I actually mused that, talked a lot about that in my in some of my Endwalker mentor roulettes, where like I would more often just choose what I felt like playing. Hey Bondi, hope you're doing well. Where I basically had the observation that if I'm playing a tank, then I'm in a position where sometimes the rest of the party is completely irrelevant. And if I'm playing a healer, there's a reasonably high chance that anything that can go wrong, I can fix it unless we get like a really hard encounter. Which means that not a lot of quote-unquote interesting stuff happens. So I like lean towards playing DPS more and more because there was a higher likelihood that something would happen. But then I leaned away from it as well because it turns out that DPS have a sometimes really long queue in Mental Roulette. Like, it's pretty funny. Most of my, like, I imagine at least some of you watch my A Good Day in Mental Roulette videos. Most of my DPS sessions start with, like, a few really quick duty pops. And then as I get further in the session, the time between each duty pop becomes longer and longer. Like, it almost feels like the first few are like, there's like a queue of people waiting for me specifically to fill it in, which makes no sense because it's like, it's something that would pop anyway, right? It's not something that you would be missing someone for. It's just for some reason it goes faster. And then later it's like, oh, thanks, 18 minutes of queue and we get enemy parties. Fantastic, I love it. I'll just go back to waiting again. So it would be nice to at least be able to queue for several roulettes at once. You know, I would think a huge improvement to just something like Mental Roulette would be if you were allowed, just for all duties really, if you were allowed to choose a tank job, a DPS job, and a healer job to enable when you're queuing. So you can queue as all three, and then the queue pops and goes, well, you said you would play Paladin, White Mage, or Black Mage, and this group needed a tank, so Paladin it is. Like, I'm sure a lot of people would appreciate that kind of solution. And it would be particularly helpful for Mental Roulette because there's definitely people in the Mental Roulette who's like, I don't actually care what I'm playing. Like, I have sometimes done the thing that I call the skeleton key method, which is I'll open the duty finder, see what's in need, switch to that role, queue, and then wait like 30 seconds. If it doesn't pop, unqueue, switch to the other support role that isn't in need, queue, and if that doesn't pop, I'll be confused and switch to DPS and queue as that until I make it pop. Like, I'll basically just switch until it works. And that's like, if I could just say I want to play that tank, that healer, and that DPS, let's go. Be easy for everyone. I'll say Rambo, hope you're doing well. There's the concept of Mental Roulette is a lot of fun if it's a random queue. Do you think they should add a Mental Roulette without the Mental aspect? Sure. I would actually say an interesting concept I thought about the other day is a problem that Final Fantasy XIV's duty finder is rolling into a bit, is that a lot of the roulettes we have keep having the same duties year after year because the lower level duties tend to have higher priority. And let's just say that the leveling roulette had like 12 duties when it came into existence, and now it has 37. So maybe it would be nice to split them up, but then I also had a different idea that was, how about having like a variety roulette, a little bit like Frontline, where like it cycles what duties are in it every day? So like, it has a bunch of different duties, like basically it's random roulette, anything goes, except it's like, it has like, picks out some duties from everything every day. And like just cycles through them each day, so like you get a different experience. I think that would be really fun for a lot of people that they just want to play something. And then just like by making sure that the selection changes every day, there's certain that you don't get the same duty every day. Even with the weaknesses such as, well, I mean, Tasha's something everyone has, so it's more likely in leveling roulette than, I don't know, Dusk Vigil. So I think that would be a great idea, Rambo, to have some sort of a variety, like other variety queues or random roulettes. Enjoy your evening, Ham. And yeah, another way you could solve it is exactly like if you could just queue for multiple roulettes at once, that could also work. Madeline says, when I first saw that there was an expert roulette, I thought that that would be like a roulette of hard content, like extremes or something, and now I'm wondering if that could even exist. I mean, Mentor roulette is everything that is casual content and also all extremes from previous expansions. So it kind of exists. Now, whether that's successful depends on the person, I guess. Hey, Violet Songbird, hope you're doing well. Says, I feel like it's Snowcloak every day on the level 50 plus roulette. Exactly. That is basically what I mean. You queue for leveling roulette. If you're alone, there's a reasonably high chance that you'll get on a Realm Reborn duty. You queue for high level dungeons. There's a definitely higher probability that you get Keep of the Lake or Snowcloak than you get something like Amarot. You queue for Trial, it's more likely you get something like Thorn Marsh than The Dark Inside. You queue for normal raids, it's more likely you get Alexander than you get Omega. And so on and so forth. Because that's just like, basically, everyone who's queuing are like all the content. There's, if you imagine it on like a plot or like a graph, it'll be like a downwards like graph for the higher level content. The higher the level it is, the less likely there will be people that even like is high enough level for it, and the less likely people have it unlocked. Whereas right at the top, like leveling roulette, 100% of players that have leveling roulette has Sastasha and Tamtara. Like 99.9%, if not 99.99999% of players that queue leveling roulette also have Copperbell Mines. But because leveling roulette only requires you have access to 2, everyone will have the first 2. APH, hope you're doing well. Why are 4-man trials from AR on leveling roulette? That is a good question. I feel like the 4-man trials from A Realm Reborn with, Ifrit, Titan, Garuda are in a similarly awkward spot to Odin. Not quite easy enough to justify being normal. Nowhere hard enough to be considered an extreme. It's just weirdly in this middle limbo. I would almost, considering how much success I've had with Odin, I would almost say that excuse me. I would almost say that if Odin isn't extreme, then, like, I mean, Odin can be normal. Because Chrysalis is normal. Like, the thing that makes Odin hard, relative to, is that Odin has a lot more things where you can just be like, oh, you didn't do the thing, dead. Whereas with Chrysalis, it's a little nicer. It's a little nicer. There's just a thing that you could get goofed by. Wouldn't Odin fall under the old ARR hard difficulty? Nope. Whoops, wrong category. I don't think he would, even though he is listed there. The reason why it's even a conversation is because if Odin was just a hard trial, then he would be in the trial roulette. And guess what, he isn't. So at the very least, the developers have determined that Odin is too hard for trial roulette. Which is weird, right? Truck says because of player drop-off, right? Less people continue into the game because they play other games or have other hobbies. It's not even that, Truck. It's not even that. Because let's say, for instance, let me put it like this. Take any job that starts at level 1. Anyone. Less than 100% of them will be max level. That's not a very impressive claim to make. It's not like I'm like, galaxy brain here. It's just, that's a fact. And if you queue for leveling roulette, you're like, the probability of you getting the level 99 dungeon in leveling roulette is incredibly small, because the percentage of players that are queuing for leveling roulette and are level 99 or 100 is not 100%, certainly. And all duties lower level than that have a more lax requirement to pop. There's a higher percentage of players queuing for leveling roulette that would qualify for the level 97 dungeon as opposed to level 99 dungeon. So if they were otherwise equal probability, then the 97 dungeon would appear more frequently than the level 99 dungeon, and the level 95 dungeon would appear more frequently than the level 97 dungeon. And that's just one perspective. Another one is that there are people with level 100 jobs that haven't finished the MSQ. So, like, they might not even have it unlocked. Sorry, even though they're queuing for leveling roulette on a level 100, they only have, I don't know, they've unlocked the level 75 dungeon. That's the highest they have. So that's the best they can do. So because the requirements to get into a specific duty get stricter and stricter as you get to higher levels, there will be a smaller and smaller chance that you'll get it. Admittedly, the moment you have, like, rounded up the players that you're getting in a duty with, it could basically be... I have already checked if actually I have those settings turned on. But thank you. Where was I? Right. Because the requirements get stricter and stricter, if you say, let's take 4 players, and then randomly roll what duty they get. And that might be, well, how leveling roulette works. Like, that's... I don't know how it works under the hood, but that might be it. They grab 4 random players. If they're all level 100 and have all content, then anything goes, right? Anything is possible. But that also means that Sastasha is possible. Just randomly possible. But if you get 4 random people and one of them happened to specifically queue for Sastasha, then you get Sastasha. And if you get 4 random people and one of them is level 45, there's a relatively high probability you get Sastasha. There's also the possibility that one in the party does not have Carter's Cry, or Aurum Veil, or Smail Darkhold. Like, the optional dungeons, and they're just removed from the equation, but everyone has Sastasha. Everyone has Sastasha. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. And see, that's the thing, Solization, that's what makes it really difficult, because on the one hand, it would be nice if you could, like, opt out of a few specific duties in a list. But exactly because it might have this effect of, like, how many do you get? As I said, leveling roulette has, like, 37 duties. How many is it reasonable that you can, like, blacklist so you don't get them? 5? 4? 10? 15? And what would you blacklist? If you're queuing for leveling roulette for the XP, the winning move would be to just blacklist the lowest level duties until you can't blacklist anymore. Maybe you'll save one to like block something you don't like. A lot of people block Aurum Vale, I would imagine. I like Aurum Vale, so I wouldn't. And if you're there just for the reward, like you're already max level, you just want the tombstones that don't scale, you would just block the hardest duties in the list. And yeah, exactly, Zippo. That's kind of the problem, right? Is that if you had a bunch of blacklist options, it would kind of defeat part of the purpose of those roulettes. Is that they make sure that the people that are going through the MSQ can go through the MSQ. What if instead of opting out of a duty, if you could have a cooldown so you're not getting the same dungeon over and over? How long should that cooldown be? Because, like, that's it. Is like, most of these roulettes, you do them once a day at most. For most people. For the average player, they'll do them once a day. So, like, how long should that cooldown be? 3 to 4 Qs, maybe? I mean, that could be. And I also agree that Aurum Vale is not that bad. The weird thing about Aurum Vale is that it is known to be quite challenging. But the thing that people seem to have to not quite get is like, the thing that makes Aurum Vale truly difficult is the first pull. And the funny thing is that most of the groups where things go sideways for me is exactly because someone didn't get the first pull. So, like, the average player will be considerate towards Aurum Vale and be careful in that first room. But the reason people don't like Aurum Vale is because not everyone knows how to do it. And I think that actually circles back to something we were talking about like an hour ago, which was... we were talking about it back when we were in the locks. Part of the reason why a lot of players would like to have leveling dungeons be hard the first time you do them, but after that they would prefer that they're easy. Which is a little weird, I know. Is because it's interesting when it's new and novel, then it can really take its time and really be enjoyed, but on your 10th go of that duty, you kind of just want to get it over with, right? You just want to move on and be done. And if the duty is easy, then it means that when you get a good group, it's easy, you're done with it relatively quickly and painlessly. But when you have a bad group, you can still make it. Like, you can still do it. But if the duty was hard, then it would still be hard when you have a good group. But it would be problematic if you had a bad group, because you might not be able to beat it. And Aurum Vale isn't so hard that that's what's going to happen. It could happen. It could happen. But exactly because the experience of Aurum Vale is vastly different depending on the skill level of your group, it becomes hard, quote unquote hard. Whereas a lot of other dungeons just don't in the same way, I guess. How long do you think you could go in circles on this map before people would notice? I think people would notice if I passed the Aetherite. I've done something less silly than that and people would immediately notice. I've just like gone slightly off track and people go like, does Kai know where he's going? Immediately. So I don't think I would be able to go in more than where we're supposed to go, Yannick. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. Banned forever until you get one of each duty. Oh, that would be challenging. I could imagine like you get like like you see your leveling roulette, and it just shows the duties that are blocked. Or like it just shows a list of all the duties, and as you get them, the list becomes shorter, and at some point the leveling roulette will just say, nope, you can't queue anymore, you haven't unlocked the remaining duties in this list. You have to clear all of them once before you can go again. That would be insanely strange, but that would certainly, absolutely, immediately resolve the problem of getting variety, wouldn't it? That would be absolutely insane. The weirdest solution to such a problem. Violet Songbird says, I like to run roulettes if I have time, even if I've already used my daily bonus. It's fun to get in content I haven't seen in a while. I got Sephiroth and an Eden raid last night, and it was fun. Great. I also, like, that's also an important thing. That is the reason why I'm mildly annoyed when I do my mentor roulettes, and I get a guild hest, and 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 then says Tasha, and then a guild hest, and then a guild hest, because... Well, first of all, those guild hests are not very exciting. And second of all, like, I'm just saying, some people have noticed and enjoyed the fact that I come up with, like, I come up with some weird name for each guild hest. I'm running out of unique ideas for names. Because I've had way too many guild hests. Like, I show the list, like, the distribution of duties I've had since starting Mentor Roulette and Dawntrail, and, like, guild hests is still the only category that is 3 digits. Be glad you at least had Sastasha. You know what, Ilana? That's the funny thing. If I actually sat down and spammed Mentor Roulette, and I got 30 guild hests in a row, that would be funnier than if I got 15 guild hests, Sastasha, and then 14 guild hests. It would be so like, in a way, if I got that many guild hests, it would actually almost ruin it, because at least it would be funny. If it was just guild hests, it would still be funny if it was like guild hests and then Sastasha and then guild hests. But I think that's what, like, John Molyneux bit? I don't know. Is it? Also, hey, Lollipop Pizza. Hope you're doing well. But that's also part of the reason why I kind of enjoy tank and healer in Mentor Roulette more these days, is because the queue is faster. So when I get something that is done really quickly, it's not super annoying. Whereas if it's DPS, as I said earlier, 18-minute queue. Oh boy, finally something. It's a 4-man duty. You zone in. If you've done Mentor Roulette, you will even recognize that you will know that guild hests fade in faster. Like, if it's a dungeon, it's like fade to black, light party, fade in. If it's guild hest, it's just like the instant that it stay on black is like, oh. But if it's a tank or a healer, the probability that you get a long queue time is very small. So at the very least, if you get a guild hest, like, well, I queued for 5 seconds for this 30-second adventure, whatever. Although, I believe it was with Sage that I had a Mentor Roulette set where I just got low-level leveling dungeons all evening. Just low-level dungeon, low-level dungeon, low-level dungeon. I was like, it's a little weird, but okay. I think I had the same with Scholar as well. And just a lot of dungeons where Art of War is a gain on 1. Hey, Magical Vibe, hope you're doing well. 29 guild hests and then suddenly Sephiroth Extreme. You know what? I would appreciate that. That would also be hilarious, wouldn't it? that would be really funny. Lollipop Pizza says, running healer and mental roulette, I get dungeons way more. I got Smileton 3 times in a row, but I couldn't get the... Smileton! 3 times? I don't think I've gotten Smileton in Dawntrail. Have I? Maybe once? Sally says, I do find it pretty weird that DPS still have long queues in mental roulette. I'd figure things are pretty even given you can get thrown nearly anywhere. That's the problem, Silly. Turns out no one needs an extra DPS. No one. Which also gives me the experience that, and I said this in my mental roulette tier list, my observation was that tanks and healers had they had, I would say, more variety in the duties they got. DPS had less variety, although in fairness, supports had a higher concentration of things like leveling dungeons and high-level dungeons, like generally dungeons, really. Whereas DPS had a much higher concentration of guild hests and extremes, you know, things people don't really queue for. Hey Nico, hope you're doing well. How can you play DPS in this game? The queue times are so long that I end up just playing healer. Well, if you play at a time that is like normal, quote unquote, for the region that you play in, then queues for like main content, like main scenario quest content, shouldn't be too long, although it can be a few minutes. But I do recognize the problem. When I got into Final Fantasy XIV initially, I started by playing Arcanist into Summoner, and I actually I did Bravelock's long stop for the first time as Scholar, because like I went unlocked Summoner, went unlocked Scholar because I could, and the queue time was too long for Summoner. So I just went, I'll just play Scholar, it's probably fine, right? First dungeon as a healer, it was fine as I recall. You know, I had experience in other games. And when I reached level 50, I switched to Red Mage, and I managed to get to level 70. But when I did a lot of like dailies as Red Mage, I quickly realized the queue time is really long. So I ended up switching to like playing tanks and healers as a result. But I don't really know what to say, Nico. The queue time shouldn't be too bad. It could be an unfortunate time that you're queuing at. It's also difficult for me to have a reasonable perspective on this now, because when I went through the Dawntrail MSQ, I went through it as Black Mage, and every time that there was a duty, I just basically went, let's go, and bam, I had a light party, essentially. And nowadays, like, I do my dailies with friends. So queue time is, like, it only matters when we're doing the newest Alliance raid, because sometimes it'll take a moment to fill. I have trouble finding a free community that wants to run stuff as I want to get into Savage content. That is also an issue, Nico. Sometimes free companies go like, will Savage raid as a free company, but a static, as we call it, are more often just a link shell of people. Or a cross-world link shell, even. Getting into a free company to raid is more like a more old-school MMO thing. it's really hard to find a raid team. Like, just in general, if you're having trouble finding a raid team for that, that's normal. Turns out that finding a group that, like, matches your schedule, matches your expectations for Savage raiding, and also have a space open for you is really hard. I've said before that finding a Savage raid team is harder than Savage raiding. You could try the balance Discord. That could be a way to find something. That's true. Guy with a decently sized streamer privilege. Yeah, exactly. I just make a static, and I can just have people because I'm, like, people know me. I want to do dailies, I can just do dailies. Just say anyone want to come with, and then it's not unusual that I have too many people. So, as I said, I would have a hard time having a realistic perspective of what others are dealing with. Like, the best I can do is try and imagine it, or think about how it used to be. That's true, there's also Final Fantasy XIV recruitment on Reddit. I think there's also other Discords specifically dedicated to, like, making statics and stuff. Like, there's a whole bunch of options. Like Perrin also mentioned. Like, there's a lot, but it's difficult to find because it's a little bit scattered. Like, technically there is an official site to recruitments for Final Fantasy XIV, but hardly anyone uses it. Some people will use it, and maybe the group for you is right there. Or maybe not. Parents just note that most recruitment posts will be targeting the 7.2 Savage tier right now, which is expected to drop around April 1st. You know, there is something incredibly funny about that. Wouldn't it... You gotta admit that it would be really funny if the second raid tier released on the, like the Savage tier releases on the 1st of April, and it's just really stupid. Like, the entire raid tier is like clowns and weird memes. It's Kefka 2.0, yeah, exactly. Jonathan says, when Sprout tanks can multiple Aurum Vale, I know it's an alt or they played tank and WoW. Not necessarily, it could also be that they just have a friend who told them, or they looked it up. I'm not joking, Jonathan. At least around Endwalker, I remember that there were a few content creators that thought it was a genius idea to make tanking is easy Lamau guides, which I got the impression maybe some of them, like, undersold what it takes to tank, which has led to a lot of players just going, just pull, that's all you need to do. I don't think that's entirely on the content creators, because they might have said the right things and then people just didn't understand it right. But it is dangerous to just say that tanking is easy Lamau. It is very dangerous. There's little skill in multi-pulling Aurum Vale. We barely had anything to click. Well, the thing is with Aurum Vale is that it's more like there are a few very specific pulls. So if what Jonathan means is if you have a Sprout who pulls every AoE pull in Aurum Vale perfectly, quote-unquote perfectly, then it seems strange if they have never done that dungeon before. because it's so specific. Like, in any other dungeon before Aurum Vale, you kinda just run. But if it's if you know what you're doing, you might lean left, right? Why would an alt unlock it? I'm pretty sure you need to complete Aurum Vale to unlock housing, because Grand Company. And also Aurum Vale is decent XP if you want to level a lot of jobs. And some people just unlock everything anyway. Like, I'm just saying, Yannick, I've pointed out in videos in the past that yes, there exist players that will avoid unlocking something to make sure that their roulettes are pristine and optimized, but they're rare, and I guess you're one of them. An excuse skip gives you Aurum Vale. That is pretty funny. And really random. I'd assume someone is making an alt for that for a specific purpose. A lot of people make alts just because they want to play through the game again. Aurum Vale to 51 is viable. I think the reason why someone would stop doing Aurum Vale at level 50 is not whether Aurum Vale is viable or not. It's because if you're leveling a job to, like, if you're focus firing, just maximizing the XP on one job, just one, right? Then you'll do this, like, before you hit level 50, and then you'll just do the highest level dungeon you can, which will mean you'll finish on this. And then you hit level 50, and then you do this, and this, and this, right? And by the time you're done with that, you're probably level 51, and then you'll do this. You might also do this, by the way. Violet Songbird says the only dungeon I regret having access to is Copperbell Mines Hard. Really? Is it that bad? I kinda like Copperbell Mines Hard because it's so weird. All three bosses have some weird mechanic. Is it that bad? I don't remember anything about Copperbell Hard. Haven't done it in like 2 years. Well, the first boss is like one of those big burly guys, but he fights you by casting like Fire 1 and stuff, I think. And as you fight him, the bridge you're fighting on gets burned, so like you have to like move along. Because it's, you know, an old dungeon and like he dies relatively quickly, you basically have to pull him all the way to the end and then just deal like AoE the trash while you're fighting him, because like there's ads coming in. The second boss is a Spriggan in a huge rock golem, and it's reminiscent of the original Copperbell Mines normal, where like there's the big slime that you have to bomb a bunch of times. Kind of the same idea, except it moves around in a different way. It's biggy. And the third boss has this thing with this huge sand pit that you have to like put crystals into to satisfy the worm in there, otherwise bad things happen. All three bosses are relatively straightforward, but because they're so strange, most players have no idea what to do about them. Because they'll do the dungeon like once. They were very creative, but not intuitive. Which actually reminds me, someone mentioned earlier, what's the point of guild tests? That is actually something that I've also thought about. Many of the guild tests have some sort of lesson. But either because of them being too easy, or because the design of the fight just doesn't work, they don't teach that lesson. For instance, if we think about Under the Armor, which I'm sure most of you know, you fight a boss called Bachman. He just auto swings whoever he's fighting, and he will at some point do a frontal cleave, and at some point he'll buff his attack power. But you can stun both of those things, assuming you have a stun. At 3 specific HP thresholds, he'll summon 2, 3, and 4 adds. Which is also the reason why, as you're fighting him, that these skeletons just come in, but they don't get to do anything, because you can kill Bachman before the adds do anything. In fact, I believe Ham managed to beat the boss as all jobs where it even would matter, even remotely, while ignoring the adds. Solo. As in, soloed Bachman while deliberately ignoring the adds. And for most jobs, they didn't even need a potion to do that. Also, that doesn't look ominous at all. It sounds like the lesson there is that with enough DPS you can ignore mechanics. I believe the lesson there is that Bachman has a frontal cleave, so the tank needs to face the boss away from the party. At the same time, there's adds coming in that people need to pick up, which means that Bachman will move around, so everyone else also has to be, like, because the tank is going to move around, everyone else has to be careful that they don't end up cleaved by the boss. At some point, the boss will also boost his attack power, and if you ignore the adds, you might get overwhelmed by the combined power of Bachman being boosted and the adds. But because the adds don't hurt that much, and Bachman actually hurts less than the adds, and Bachman doesn't have that much HP, nothing happens. You could probably quadruple the HP on Bachman. Just that. And then there might just be reason to kill the adds. Maybe. If the only thing you did was like quadruple the HP on the boss, it might actually be able to do something. And that's actually the thing with a lot of the guild hests, is that if you just vastly increase the HP of the main enemy, it would do something. For the record, this isn't a power creep issue, it's always been insanely easy. Oh yeah, probably. But he certainly got easier. And also that, I was thinking the same thing, Sally. Gazel, in Halatali, the final boss was always invulnerable when he like went into the center and got the fire aura thing. At least the first few times. The last time he does it, he just... Wait, no, the last time he doesn't get like the fire aura in the same way, I don't believe. Well, like he didn't used to. The current invuln requires you to kill more stuff. I mean, I don't think that's really dirty. That's just that they ask you to kill a bit more stuff. But yeah, my point being that I'll say Cyanide. Hope you're doing well. Rebalancing hundreds of duties for balance changes ends up being a lot of work. That's not all that rewarding to most of the player base. But that's true. That's also part of the reason why it gets really awkward when we have the conversation of why can't we keep our actions when we sink down? The reason why I think that it might be a problem to give people all of their actions as they sink down is because try and do, just as an example, because you can there is one job where you can actually simulate what would happen. Try and solo Sastasha as Blue Mage synced, but only with spells you could legitimately acquire at level 18 as a Blue Mage. You don't have many. You barely have Wide Wind. See how challenging it is. It's probably not that challenging because Blue Mage is crazy strong. Now try it again, but with everything allowed. You won't even be able to AoE pull everything because things will just explode when you run past them. Early game used to be more involved before cross-class actions was removed. That sounds about right. And that's also the thing is, every time I've thought about this idea of why can't we just have all of our actions when we sink down, part of the problem is that to make that balanced, you would need to have some sort of power nerf to make it reasonable next to the ones that don't have that. Alternatively, you could just make it so that the players that are actually that level gets a massive power boost. Who knows? That would also make things way too easy. But there's also the part that the amount of nerf that would be needed for instance, Sastasha. How much power nerf would a level 50 summoner need to be fair next to an actual level 18 summoner? And by the way, remember, a level 18 summoner does not have an AoE attack, but a level 50 summoner does. How would you make it balanced for level 100 summoner getting synced down to level 18? You would need to consider every single level, and ultimately it would probably lose its novelty relatively quickly. I feel like, while yes, it would possibly for some be more interesting to do Sastasha with your level 100 toolkit. Part of what makes it stay quote-unquote mildly interesting is that it's not the same rotation as you would use at level 100. That's exactly right, Silly. Imagine, that's actually also another point of view. Imagine if the way they did it was that they just had a toggle so you could keep your actions, but you get this huge nerf. And the question is, would you like to do Sastasha as, I don't know, Reaper with your Enshroud, double Enshroud, all of that jazz? You get all of it. But you're doing the same DPS as the other guy that didn't toggle it, who's just clicking 1-2. And they're doing the same DPS as you. They don't have an AoE attack, but they hit you don't do very much AoE damage. It's an impossible problem to solve. That's why the way I usually go about this is that the way I see it is the problem isn't we need to be able to use a level 100 toolkit at level 18. The problem is, and that's also what Kat said, back in the day, there was more happening at level 18. You had more options at level 18. So I don't know if the solution is to give you a ton more stuff at level 18 specifically, but we can probably agree that the level 1 to 50 range could use a little help. That's the problem. The problem isn't that we need to have our level 100 toolkit at level 50 or even level 18. The problem is there's something wrong, at least for some people, with the low level toolkit. So it's like a band-aid solution to a different problem. Adjust so that your toolkit is whatever it was at the time. At the time it was relevant content. That would be weird. And yeah, speaking of which... if jobs already had, like, the majority of their toolkit by level 50, I'm just saying, I feel like most jobs highlighted the kind of problem this would lead to in Dawntrail. Choose whichever job you want. Your favorite, presumably. How awesome were the unlocks you got from level 90 to 100? Were they, like, game changers? Were they awesome? Were they incredibly good? Exciting? Like, I feel like most jobs, it was like, you get a few traits that boost potency of things you already have. And, like, an OGCD, maybe one new GCD you use once a minute. That's it. A Red Mage got something like Grand Impact. But a lot of jobs just got... And the thing is, imagine if you had the majority of your toolkit at level 50, how many times, answer me, would you accept 10 levels of, ooh, it looks fancier? Because you would have to accept it 5 times, not just once. Looking at it as a tank feels like cheating. The 40% are so good. Are they really? Like, I mean, yeah, they're more interesting than some other stuff, but, like, I mean, the 40% damage reduction upgrades on tanks didn't change the way I used them. Not really. How's that, Silvermint? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, exactly, Sipao. I think we're already good at 90, though. They just get a little better at 100. Yeah, so imagine, like, I've heard specifically some players request, they've not said that exactly, but some have said that they would like to have, like, the majority of the toolkit at level 50. If that was the case, then it means that what you would be looking at is they're already good at level 50. So it gets a little better at 60. Tiny bit better at 70, a tiny bit better at 80, tiny bit better at 90, tiny bit better at 100. It will possibly feel like it's just the same thing for 50 levels. Personally, I'm still incredibly happy when I get the upgrade from Spreadshot to Scattergun as a machinist. That's also understandable, and that's exactly right. That is exactly right. And this is also something that I feel like sometimes gets a little bit lost in focusing on what would be more awesome for me, like, if that makes any sense. Is that if we all just got to use our max level toolkit forever once we unlocked it, it certainly does make a lot of content that had like some sort of quote-unquote charm to it due to the way that the rotations are kind of janky at lower levels in some ways. Suddenly just don't have that anymore. And if we're all at max level, then it also means that there's less and less of an interest in actually knowing how the jobs work at lower level. On the previous stream in Palace of the Dead, we had a little bit of a talk about Novice Network. And that a lot of players, mentors included, give advice where they actually have no idea what they're talking about. As it stands right now, someone giving dubious advice on a job that they don't main, but I mean they played it like 2 weeks ago in that level range, they would give even worse advice if it's like, well, I mean, I leveled it 3 years ago, it got reworked since, I didn't know about that. Like, these rotations staying quote-unquote relevant means that we all recognize them. And yeah, I get that as well, Answer Me, that once you've moved past, it feels a little weird to go back down. Is that not world record? I think we actually had a slightly longer one previously, but this is certainly one of the longest walks. And yeah, me too, Gassel. The thing is, whenever I talk about these things with when you get synced down, you don't get to have your entire toolkit, if my argument is, it's fun when you have a different rotation when you get synced down, that's like going, well, I like pineapple on pizza. I do. But that's not really helpful if you don't, right? Like, if my argument for, no, you don't get to have your entire toolkit when you sync down, because I like it that way, is like, that would justify my bias towards trying to justify why we shouldn't. But that can't be my leading argument, right? That can't be my leading argument of going, well, I like it. Like, it has to be the possibly the reason why I would defend it, but it can't be the argument in the conversation, because it's a preference thing. Which is why I focus on things like, well, if things synced down, well, rather, if you got to keep all your tools as you sync down, it would be insanely imbalanced. As I said, if you do, I think Ilana said they had done it. If you do a low-level dungeon as Blue Mage with the toolkit that a Blue Mage would feasibly have in that level range, solo, it will be difficult. You will be a Blue Mage, so you will probably be able to do it, but it will not be as easy. If you do it with all things allowed, you will be able to instantly kill any pack you come across. Immediately. You don't even need Ultra Vibration. It would be good if they had some sort of logic to levels and skill speed on jobs and duties accounting for what a player has or has not. Well, here's the thing, Yannick. Are you playing a fantasy fighter, or are you playing a soldier? If every role, every job is streamlined to get the same kind of unlocks at the same levels, does that not do the exact opposite of making things interesting? Isn't that the exact opposite? Like, I mean, there is a difference to the argument of, like, sure, it's a little crazy that some tanks learn their gap close much sooner than others, and gap close is a rather specific case, but I'm just saying that that's, like, part of the conversation of advantages and disadvantages, and the more similar all the jobs get as we get more and more streamlined. I talked about this in my Perfect Balance is Impossible video. The things that make jobs stand out is what they can't do, rather than what they can do. For instance, at what level does Monk get a ranged attack? What ranged attack? They get their ranged attack level 100. Range 20 arms. Because the AoE chakra... Exactly, Girin. You're thinking... Like, some of you are also thinking that those are the right questions. How long counts as range? If we're going to go, like, full blast ranged attack, then it's level 100. If you compare that to genuinely any other job, from memory, I'm pretty sure all jobs have a ranged attack by level 15. I'm pretty sure. How about level 80 with 6-sided stars, since that's at least a potential disengage tool? It's not a range tool, but that's exactly it, Girahin. Because Monk does not have a ranged attack, Monk... And see, the key here is the developers didn't look at Monk and go, oh, I guess they need a ranged attack. They instead went, what could we give them instead? And gave them 6-sided star. Because if they gave Monk a ranged attack, then that's one of the few things Monk does not have. Also, here's your Antlers and Flo. Hope you're both doing well. This is also, like, this is actually a thing that other jobs are running into. For years, Dark Knight's weakness has always been, well, it's health, it's healing, its personal healing is really bad. I don't know if I would say that anymore. Its healing is certainly not rivaling Warrior, but Abyssal Drain means that you essentially have one hit of Bloodwetting per pull, which is often enough. And Shadowed Vigil also helps with that. And when jobs are so similar... when jobs are so similar, the things that stand out is what they don't have. For instance, among the tanks, Dark Knight gets the gap closer first. I think. Yes, just barely. And then Gunbreaker gets it, and then Warrior gets it. And even when they lowered the level where Intervene was learned from 74, it's still the last one to get it. So like, they basically helped Paladin by moving it to sooner, so they all have it by Ultimate in Stormblood. Paladin does not get to have it before Warrior. Warrior was originally the second last one to have it. Paladin was the last one. It stays that way for whatever reason. Like, it's really, really small things, but it is something that stands out. And if everyone just got their gap close at level 54, then it would be a little unfair that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight's ones don't do damage, isn't it? Paladin also tends to have more defensives at all level ranges compared to the other tanks. The thing is, Paladin also pays for that. As I've covered before, like, yes, Paladin has amazing damage reduction as they level up, but they pay for it by having terrible self-sustain until, like, level 82. Didn't Warrior's Gap Closer cost Gauge back in the day? Yes. Jose Lupine, hope you're doing well. And speaking of which, with the ranged attacks that tanks get, did you notice that each of the ranged attacks among the tanks are, well, they used to be vaguely different. I'm not sure if they still are. Because back in the day, Warrior and Paladin's ranged attack had a higher enmity multiplier than Dark Knights and Gunbreakers. Which meant that Tomahawk did the most, Paladin did the, did kinda the second most. Kinda, because Paladin's Shield Lob sucks in damage. Paladin's Shield Lob is the weakest. They still do. Oh, fantastic. And then, Dark Knights is a spell. And Gunbreakers used to be the strongest in raw potency. Like, it did the most damage, Warriors did the most enmity, Paladins was the weakest, but did the second most enmity, and Dark Knight's one was ranged and also has this Shadow Stride thing. So, like, even if they're mostly the same, they're slightly different. Like, they're basically the same. Are the potencies also the same? Nope. Tomahawk was like 140. Lupine says they're the same now. The enmity bonus got changed in Shadowbringers. I don't know if they got changed in Shadowbringers. I specifically know that where I know from that the enmity amounts were different was from Shadowbringers. So I'm not sure about that. But like, that's another example where like there's a small difference. Because if they get everything at the same level and it's the same, then it's like... then it becomes even more like, as people already make fun of, would you like to play Warrior or Edgy Warrior? Eh? Eh? Do you want to play Gunbreaker or Holy Gunbreaker with a shield? Eh? Which is like reductive. But like, that's where we're headed. And if we go... all jobs in a role needs to have so-and-so thing by so-and-so level. Then it kind of removes some of the interest in it, like some of the interesting parts to it. Joanna says, ironically, it feels like the jobs in PvP are much more diverse. That's not even ironic. It's not too surprising. In PvP, there is no, oh, the tanks need to be able to do this and that. In fact, among the tanks, Dark Knight is like, it tanks by virtue of it can use its limit break and then it just won't die for a bit. And it uses TBN. But ultimately it would rather you don't attack it because it needs that HP to attack with. The Gunbreaker is almost more like a tanky DPS. And Warrior is like, it's more like it just grabs the attention, but it isn't really a tank. It's more like a crowd control DPS a little bit. Paladin is the tank. And among the healers, you have the same. Sage is basically a DPS in a, it's basically a DPS in a trench coat that says healer on it. Because that's just how PvP is. It would be very, very actually back in the day before the Endwalker PvP rework, a lot of PvP was just healers spamming heals until their MP ran out. Do you think Squeenix is scared to make jobs diverse enough that certain jobs will be better at certain duties? No. Specifically in Dawntrail, they've very much demonstrated that they're not afraid of doing that. And before Dawntrail, specifically in Endwalker and partly in Shadowbringers, they've also demonstrated that certain types of content, they don't mind or even care that certain jobs are better at specific content. Because if they were worried about that, then Warrior wouldn't have kept Bloodwetting in the way that it is now. I'll say, Mad Hatter, hope you're doing well. We're kind of talking about the diversity of jobs, which came a bit from the point of view of for instance, why don't all tanks have a gap closer by the same level and things like that. Oh, I just saw that now, Yannick. How about this? I'll be right back, and then we get to the clips. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, that is an interesting point, Kat. Back in the day, jobs were a lot harder. A lot more complicated, but part of it was also that there wasn't nearly as many players that were focused on perfecting them. And there wasn't nearly as much things that we know now that we like we know a lot more now than we knew then, and so on and so forth. So it's possible that if we went back to jobs that were complicated in the way that they were in like Heavensward, that we would discover that the jobs in Heavensward weren't as complicated as they look. Or that we'll just find that, oh, that action sucks, just don't use it. And that too, it was all, like nowadays, it's also a lot more clear where to look to optimize. Like, back in those days, from what I can find, you would be like, the guide that people relied on for a specific job was like the one that got distributed, like the one people like could find. This is the guide that people use. Sometimes, and if you use the Wayback Machine, you'll find that some jobs would have on their console games wiki page, they would have like an opener example with varying quality. Imagine if that's what you had to work with. Yeah, let's see. What clips do we have? You have something from Viek. We have something from Orion. We have Garsel. Yannick ×2, I think. We also have something from Tristan. And Garsel. Yannick said they had to go soon. Is Yannick still here? Yeah, exactly, Lupine. Exactly. It's the same thing with so many other games. Like we said, like years ago, people were like, "Oh yeah, World of Warcraft's gotten easier and easier." Back in vanilla, that's when like the bosses really gave you some chest hair. That was hard bosses. And then Classic WoW got released, and like that was actually the easiest bosses have ever been. It's also hard to argue that 5-dot Stan Scholar wasn't more complex than current. That's a fair point. But I think that's more that some jobs are just ludicrously crazy because of weird design. Like, I mean, Bondi, what I'm saying is that there is a real possibility that people would sit down, look at it, and go, what do you mean 5 dots? One of them is garbage. No one bothered to calculate it. Like, I'm not saying that that's what would happen. I'm saying it's a possibility that people would discover that. Like, no, you don't do that. Like, those kinds of revelations. So, we have a clip from Yannick, who's doing Palace of the Dead at high floors. And flood dragons are like the kind of enemy that you really don't want to fight. If you can help it. You don't want to fight a flood dragon. But right now... where are your buffs? Where are your buffs? There? Somewhere, I guess? Because those are the enemy's debuffs. So Reaper, without much... oh, there. Soloing a Flood Dragon. At floor 187. Ha! You know, that doesn't surprise me at all. Actually, you have buffs. You have all the buffs. Which is still scary, because the Flood Dragons are, like, possibly a death sentence. Ugh. That is impressive. Hmm? That's also a good point, Mad Hatter. The thing is, if jobs became harder, that's not necessarily what people would want. They would just want the jobs to be interesting, right? And fun. And different. Do people headcanon that the one singing in the background is Artbird? I'm pretty sure that we were told that it is meant to be him. I think. In an interview. Can't remember if it was specifically Artbird, but I know it was specifically like, it was actually like from the perspective of a specific character. Oh, we actually also have a quick clip from Ham. I did see Ham left earlier, but I'm sure we can check this. He just wanted to show it. So what is this about? It was revealed in a Primals concert. Oh, okay. Word of God says it's Artbird singing, yes. Well, there you go. Thank you, Zeros. Leah says the singer said he imagined the singer to be Artbird directly addressing the Warrior of Light, and most people just kind of adopted that on the spot. Okay. That does add a little bit of a wrinkle to it, but, you know, I could see it. And it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. So this clip... Well, Mudkip Man, it was apparently stated specifically in a Primals concert, and Primals is the ones playing the music. And the singer is technically a guest singer. So this clip is about the fact that in the same patch that Super Bolide was changed to only cost half of the Gunbreaker's HP, or set you to at most half. In that same patch, they made invulns activate faster. What also appears to be the case is that invulns have been upgraded. In that all 4 invulns seem to have Holmgang baked in. Which means we have Holmgang and 3 versions of better Holmgang at a price. The way this plays out is if you use... So if the boss winds up to punch you, and then you use Super Bolide, the damage from the boss has already been determined, so even if you're invulnerable, doesn't matter. You're getting smacked. However, because Holmgang is in effect, you at the very least can't die as a result. That's not an option. So if you use Super Bolide after the damage calculation, you will first drop to half HP from Super Bolide and then get punched down to 1 HP. Which leads to this scenario, which is 7 seconds. Because it's VLC, it'll probably like skip to a bright white light right after the clip. Not this. At this moment, I'm pretty sure Ifrit has already done the damage calculation. Let me see if I can hit the exact frame. Huh, that's interesting. The Tank Buster hit first, I think. So as Super Bolitis, you can actually see the buff is up there. It just doesn't have an icon yet. It pays because it's like, well, you should be... Oh, wait, no. Incinerate was... I was looking at Vulcan Burst, which was the prior attack. Let me see if I can find it again. We're talking like single-digit frame difference, so it's good like bam bam. Yeah, that's correct, Baron. So because Ham was already at half HP, but also invulnerable, because of the order of operations, which is like easiest way to explain it is oh, thank you, NVIDIA Overlay. I don't know if you need to do that. Incinerate damage calculation has been done. Then Super Bolide cuts your HP in half. Then Incinerate. Why do I keep doing that? Incinerate damage is delivered. And because you can't die in that time frame, you just go to 1 HP. It's pretty funny. It's really good because I've heard stories of people being really annoyed that they use invuln and then die immediately as Gunbreaker, and that can sometimes happen. Yeah, exactly, and invuln would go on cooldown while we're at it. But yeah, Ham has done this somewhat consistently for the fun of it. Yeah, exactly, Kat. That's probably the easiest way to make you not die within one. It's funny they haven't done this previously. Like, I'm surprised that they didn't just make some sort of, like, adjustment where even if you get the tank, like, even if the damage calculation was before the invuln, the game just goes, nah, he's invulnerable now, so too late. It's 0 damage now. But, like, this also works, I guess. We also have another clip from Yannick, which was some Palace of the Dead. And then we have a bunch of other clips, still. What is it that is special in this one, Yannick? It's 7 minutes. If there's something specific you wanted to highlight. Or is it just the whole fight as Reaper? Nope, Pictomancer even. Is an example of 190 balls on caster. Fair enough. Steel and strength. Oh, he almost just died outright there. Oh, nice. The Pictomancer insta-kill. Ooh boy. You know, something you could do, just something I'm looking at right here, you could probably make excellent use of Smudge. Oh boy. You did use smudge sometimes. Now you're using it. It was just the first bit of the fight you were not, so that made me start focusing on that. Oh, you don't have any more Lost. I was just thinking, shouldn't you refresh that? But oops, no more Lost. And that's really convenient. Very nicely placed. Ah, yes, the 4K crit. Don't you just love it that the mobs in this level range can crit with their auto attacks? And then you just splat on the floor immediately? Like, that's just possible? Was that an auto attack? I mean, not like you need it any more than that, but that's hilarious. Just slap it with the pencil. Easy game. How much damage is Pixelman's auto attacks at level 60? Yeah, I could imagine that, Pikachu. Like the funny thing is that back in the day, that you at least had a way to play around it. Because tanks used to have a cooldown that made them immune to crits. So you could at least go, I'm not getting crit in this time. I don't know, what I meant, Marcus, was that Yannick slapped the orange bomb with an auto attack to push it. Butterfly Spirit says, I feel like they should rework auto attacks. You know, I kind of agree, in a way, but so well done. Here's an interesting thing. I've been told, because I didn't play back then, but I've been told that in Final Fantasy XIV Online, as in 1.0, there was no auto attack. That was not a thing. It's not a thing. And apparently some of the feedback that the developers got was weird. Cyanide says mages not having magic ranged autos is a bit weird. Why? Why is that weird? Also, hey, remove. Hope you're doing well. I believe with the online, like back then, the logic was that the physical jobs had, you know, filler attacks that you would use, which were essentially your auto attacks. And casters didn't need an auto attack. Now they have them. Because physical ranged has physical ranged auto attacks. You know, two things to that. Two things. On the one hand, the argument of, well, physical ranged have auto attacks. Why shouldn't casters? Is a little bit like, if I said, well, casters are busy casting, right? Their quote-unquote auto attacks are them, you know, casting spells and stuff. In fact, while they're casting, their auto attacks are paused. So let's just put it like this. And that's also why when I made a video saying how to ruin every job, like one change to ruin every job, the thing I added for Black Mage was, what if their auto attacks were crazy strong? Because Black Mages, if their auto attacks were crazy strong, would now have to, while they're calculating the value of their various attacks, consider that the cast time would delay their auto attacks. So that suddenly becomes an additional thing they need to calculate. So casters would just be weird with auto attacks. Even if they were ranged, it would still be weird. But an argument for why it makes sense that mages have an auto attack is, first of all, why is it your auto attack is paused by casting stuff? If you really think about it, while a physical job is doing their GCDs, the only time you'll essentially see your auto attack animation is if you stop doing things. Or you do something like six-sided star. Most of the time, your auto attack animation is just not there because your character's busy doing something else. It's just a number that appears every few seconds. Just damage appears. But it's not really there. Like, your melee jobs and your ranged physical jobs are too busy doing something else to auto attack. So why is it that it only matters if there's a cast time, right? Why does that mean you can't auto attack when a 2.4 approximately long animation for Dark Knight's 1-2-3 combos, why does that not prevent you from auto attacking? But I feel like this is actually a better argument for why everyone shouldn't have auto attacks, rather than then why don't mages also have? Well, Perrin, that was exactly what I was saying. Like, cast times delay your auto attacks. That's what I said. But why is that when all the attacks that have several second long animations don't prevent you from auto attacking? Like, the difference between Black Mage being unable to auto attack is that it's doing this for 2.5 seconds. Why does that prevent you from auto attacking when doing this for 2.5 seconds? Somehow doesn't. Do other games have auto attacks? World of Warcraft has auto attacks. But the difference there is that if you're a physical class, what happens is that your attack animation for your GCDs is this. Done. Or done. Like, it's less than a second. So there's actually a chance that the auto attack animation will play. In fact, in World of Warcraft, if multiple animations are trying to play in sequence, what will happen is that the character will do both animations at double speed. Like, if you have an auto attack coming in, but then you do like a GCD, what will happen is you do the auto attack swing, like, boom, and then quickly swipe with the special ability afterwards, so that you do both animations at once. Final Fantasy XIV does not do that. It just auto attack, like, it just cancels. And yes, it is a hard slash for Dark Knight that I did. Goes shoop, shoop. And if your GCD is 2.4 on Dark Knight, then your 1-2-3 combo actually kinda flows into each other, like animation-wise. But yeah, if we, hypothetically, if auto attacks were removed, then most physical jobs would stand to deserve a buff. Like, they would need potency buffs to compensate. Casters would just be like, okay. It would change a little bit for scholars and summoners. Like a tiny bit. Can you do the animation for Paladin Clemency but IRL? I'm too tall for my camera. Something like that? Manatee Mage. Didn't know you did the mocap for this game. No, you spelled that correctly. No, wait, there's it's mana T. And that's exactly right, Leah. In fact, even the GCDs of most jobs, like, this is something that one of the weirdest things about Viper, I have to say, is, and I might sound like a little bit of a mainstream mega derp here when I say, why is it that the animators for the step 3 combos for Viper had to go this hard with animations you never see outside of deliberately using them without using Death Rattle? All the 4 finishers for your 1-2-3 combo will always get interrupted into Death Rattle. They might as well just be like a single slice. And then, like, when you're synced below Death Rattle, you'll be like, that was weirdly, like, that was not very exciting. But it might as well be, because Death Rattle takes up, like, 80% of the animation every time. It's for G-pose. Yep, exactly. That's what it's used for. And when you're below level 55, you're like, oh, that's really cool. Like, Lightning Strike looks awesome. But you never get to see it. And it's actually, by the way, same problem with the Vice Winder combo. Hunter's Coil and Swiftskin's Coil, you don't really get to see them play out once you get Twin Fang and Twin Blood. Do you late weave your continuations to make the animations flow nicer? Oh, I wish I did, Cat. Rarely I will. But I will actually say I feel like the Gunbreaker continuations flow better. Like, to the point that when you do the Gnashing Fang combo without continuation, it feels like they're missing something. Like, specifically, like, let's take one. Gnashing Fang into Jugular Rip is, you know, like, swipe up and then spin swipe down, and they flow into each other naturally. But Viper's continuations don't do that for some reason. Like, not in that way. It feels like they decided to make 2 different animations and then just go, bam, there you go. Maybe they came up with the idea of Death Rattle later. Lupine is not 100% sure since I haven't looked close, but I'm pretty sure that there's the small detail of double auto attacks with split sword and single hits with dual blade. I'm pretty sure it's a single damage number. But other than that, you're probably right. Death Rattle would have to flow from 4 different moves as well. That's true. Now, my point is exactly that. If they knew that Death Rattle would, like, be connected to all 4, then it would have made more sense if the thing that leads to Death Rattle had a much shorter animation. I haven't looked closely enough. This is actually something that, like, I've thought about before, but I haven't bothered to look closely enough to, like, truly complain about it. But maybe all 4 finishers are designed in such a way that they naturally flow into the Death Rattle animation, but they just made them more interesting for when you don't have Death Rattle, because they knew that we get synced below level 55, Viper's going to be a little dull. So like, well, at least you look awesome. Yeah, exactly, Leah. There are different auto attack animations, like depending on whether you have a single twin blade or you have the dual blades. I was more saying I don't think there's 2 damage numbers. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just, you know, swing, swing, and then 1 damage number. Or, dink, 1 damage number. It's just something that I thought about. It's something that I thought about. It's not that big of a deal. It's just weird to me. We have 2 clips from Gazel, right? And 1 from Milo, 1 from Ryan, and 1 from Viek. I don't think I've seen Viek tonight. Gazel, do you have a preference between the 2? Also, whee! Okay, fair enough, Tristan. I mean, we could also just keep your clip for next time. Maybe the Dark Knight one, as Cap answered my questions on Sage. Fair enough. I mean, and that the thing is with this one, I would probably be able to answer your question without watching the clip at all. So, just to take that one really quickly, Gazel's question is, to put it simply, as a Sage, what do you do if the tank clearly doesn't need your help? What do you do? The simple answer is just don't do anything, but my recommendation is... Yeah, exactly, damage. The things you can do as a Sage if your tank clearly doesn't need your help is you can still use, you know, your... Like, I have, you know, in my guides, I have this sequence of cooldowns you can use. Like, you use Holy when, you know, like, the pull properly starts. You use, you know, Physis, Holy after that. And you also use Heimer or Panheimer together with Kara. Like, you can do these things even if the tank doesn't need them. You can just do them anyway. You just do your defensive cooldown cycle, and the tank can then do theirs if they wanna do it. Like, it doesn't even matter. You just both do your thing, and you equally have a really easy time. Alright, Zaf, enjoy your armor 3. So you just do that. But what you can do in addition as a Sage, if the tank is really solid, is Nevma, you know, big laser beam, is a gain on AoE. You just use that for the damage. It's not a huge gain, but that's a small gain. Toxicon is a gain on AoE. So make sure you still put a shield on the tank. I can see you do this here in the thumbnail, but like, make sure you put a shield on them. The way that I often do it is that I'll put a shield on the tank, I'll use Toxicons to make sure I have space for it, but I'll like space out the Toxicons so that I am down to 0 before the boss, and then as we run to the boss, I'll like put up the barriers I can, so that when the first raid wipe, which inevitably will come, hits, I get 3 new Toxicons, and then I can use them in the fight or later. I have at least 1 Toxicon for the boss, just for free, because after the boss, shield on the tank, and I get 1 free. I feel like I would like to see this, but we can go quickly through it. I mean, the tank looks ready for battle. You know how it goes. If they're a Rigadin and they look like that, then you know that they're either God tier or probably not that great. They're using Hallowed Ground there. You're doing the sequence as I've taught it anyway, or at least one way to do it. So like, I agree there. They're using Guardian. I mean, you could use something, but the tank clearly doesn't need anything. You did use Tavro. That makes sense. At this point, like, you don't even need to do... Like, now you could heal yourself, but, like, just applying the shield to the tank would heal up the damage they had lost at that point. Yeah, they're... Like, that tank is probably best in slot or missing, like, 1 item. So, like, that probably explains a lot. But yeah, as far as I can see, assuming you're keeping this up, then you're doing exactly what I said. Like, just do your rotation anyways. Like, just do your part anyway. What you can do here, as I said, is that you could be a little bit more aggressive with Toxicons. But here, you could also see the tank is actually making sure that there's less running time. So there's, like, limited time for you to set up for more Toxicons. But you just... The best tips I can give is make sure you put up shields in between pulls for more Toxicons. And use Toxicons on AoE if you can. And then, like, there isn't that much else you can do. Like, you can use Nebma for damage. And you pretty much max out how much you can do. Throwing crosses on your tank because it makes their cell feel stronger too. You could do that. You could also use it when you're setting up your barriers initially. Like, that's the difference, is that because of the way crosses works, it's like one of those where you really have to think about it, whereas the things like use Kera and Heimer, use Tauro when that ends, things like that is something you can do kind of mindlessly. Like, it's completely free, whereas crosses is like, that really helps if you're paying attention to what the tank is doing. Like, when would be a great time to use crosses on a paladin? When you see Imperator appear on their, like, when you see Requiescat appear on their buffs. Like, oh, I can't even see it. Probably now? Yep, it was 10 seconds ago. On Scala I could just energy drain, but on Sage I feel a bit lost. You see, that's the thing, is that the best you can do is just do your defensive cooldown rotation anyway. Which might sound weird, because normally it's tanks that have a defensive cooldown cycle. But Sage kinda has one in dungeons. So like, if you just stick to your strategy, then the paladin might be able to relax even more. Like, not that they were exactly in any danger. But that's the thing, is that because you just have to do something with your Adderskull, you just have to decide to do that. Crosses plus Rampart is cracked? I could imagine. How much healing is that? 38% more healing. Very balanced. Very, very balanced. Suddenly the heals from Requiescat is closer to 600 potency. Exactly, Gazel. Maintaining 10% mitigation on the tank. If you also included Fizzes when you use Tabrokoli, then you're essentially also maintaining a heal over time effect on the tank. Ooh. In addition to Cardia, of course. That almost got the Viper down. There's also another tip, is that if your tank clearly doesn't need your help very much on bosses, then you can focus your attention on the DPS to make sure they're fine. And yeah, if you do swap Cardia to someone who just took a big hit, a case in point, you could have actually swapped your Cardia over to the Dancer in that scenario if you were a little worried. Because the Paladin, again, doesn't really seem to need your help. It'll probably be fine. But what you can do if someone suddenly drops low and you swap Cardia over to them is Soteria. The cooldown that makes your Cardia better. It doesn't do that much. Soteria net is less potency than Ryokoli. Like, it's worth less than one Adderskull in every way that you could picture it. So it's not something you really need to save. But because it's so weak, relatively speaking, it's also reasonably understandable that you would forget you even have it. Hey, he says, I tend to take my Cardia off the Dark Knight if I know they're gonna invuln. You don't have to do that, Tay. I've actually talked about that before. If the tank says, I'm going to invuln, you deliberately removing healing that was actually free, completely free, is basically like wasting their invuln by forcing them to use it sooner. I don't trust it anymore. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I would say if I see Living Dead activate and I'm looking at the tank like, that's not going to work, I might move Cardia. But if someone says I'm going to invuln, I don't care. We'll see about that. I'm going to use Keracholi anyway. I'm going to leave Cardia on anyway. We'll see how long it takes you to drop. Why do I do that? Because it's essentially free for me. Like, the time it'll take before you drop down is so long that by the time this fight is over, or by the time your invuln is over, I'll be able to either use Keracholi again or have something else. That's fine. But yeah, I can understand that if you have a lot of problems with Dark Knights that use Living Dead way too soon, then I could see why you would do it like that. Yeah, basically, if you deliberately heal less than what you'd normally do because the tank says, I'm gonna invuln, then it's like, they're basically saying, I'm gonna invuln to warn you, hopefully, to not, like, break your bank, keeping them alive. They've said that if they drop low and need it, they'll just invuln this pull. So they will probably hold their other cooldown to make that happen. But anything that's free for you, like, case in point, I would say that a Dark Knight would also make sense to use TBN on the pull that they're gonna Living Dead. Because it's essentially like, it just means that it'll take a second or two longer before Living Dead has to go out. Me too, Truck. I've crit and made the invul not work and it hurt my soul. I would say if that was what made the difference, Lupine, I feel like you also cut it a bit too close. Terry says, legit had a Dark Knight in Vanguard last night that without my Cardia or any heals from me would proc like 2/3 into the pull. You see, this kind of stuff is the reason why I don't really incorporate my invuln as part of my routine when doing dungeons. I just don't need it. It's better to have it in case something goes wrong. It's the same kind of conversation with, how we've talked about sometimes with Savage, where it's like, well, you could just invuln to cheese this mechanic and this mechanic and this mechanic, where, well, you don't need to, it's not that bad. So, and also because by choosing to not invuln, what you're doing in those cases is you just rob, like by choosing to invuln, you rob the other tank of something to do. In a similar way in the dungeon, if you use an invuln and it means that that whole pull doesn't require any defensive cooldowns, then like you're making the other pull very easy. or you are wasting cooldowns entirely. Like, you're wasting one cooldown to spend another. I've done that too, Leah, but usually I only do that if I need to. Like, I've done that in solo challenge. Hey Jessic, hope you're doing well. Hey Angry Corn, hope you're doing well. That one is difficult, Angry Corn, because a lot of people, like, each person has their own way of doing their doing their hotbars. I can at least say on my end that Black Mage is one of the weirder ones for me too. General tank advice. That's difficult in an alliance raid. And this is also a funny one. I've learned that a lot of players hold all of their cooldowns on this pull. And I've noticed that the kill time of that pull varies massively as a result. Sometimes everyone just goes blast and you can't use everything. Sometimes people hold it and then, like, you're the weirdo that wasted all of their cooldowns on the trash pack. The notes that I have for this is that Azul asked for general tank advice, and that they did notice that Darkside dropped sometimes. And that you tanked the most on Archangels. But see, the thing is, as you're not the main tank, what you can do here is, like, if you want to optimize as a Dark Knight, what you can do is you of course keep an eye on your dark side buff. Make sure that one doesn't run out. But other than that, anything that you can hold, quote unquote, you hold until you benefit from raid buffs. If we look at our team here, Arcane Circle, Searing Light, and Embolden. Right now you have Arcane Circle, so now would be a time you could just go Edge of Shadow. You could also wait and see if the two other raid buffs align a little bit better when they eventually come up. See, here's Embolden. Embolden is a little stronger than Arcane Circle, which would be the reason why you would prefer to, like, focus on that one. That's I think that's a minor issue, Perrin, since Delirium you can hold, like, yeah, it does generate some MP, and Living Shadow, like, you would preferably actually use that a couple Gs late, like 1 or 2 GCDs before you actually need it. So that one is probably fine. Since the Living Shadow takes a few seconds before they start blasting. And also, if we just go back to here, since the boss is nearly dead, it would actually be efficient to just start blasting every GCD Edge of Shadow, so that you end the fight empty. That's a really small thing, but the reason why I'm focusing on this is simply because if you're not tanking, then, I don't know, DPS advice? Oh yeah, I do this too. That if someone, like, even if someone else tanked the boss prior, I'll just go full Mega Blast on the trash pack. Because I have all of my cooldowns and they're probably going to tank the boss. You see, that's the thing, Leah. That is exactly the thing, is that the optimal scenario is that raid buffs go out every 2 minutes. But in more casual situations, it is very possible that you just have to, like, make the most of it. As in, spend when you're benefiting from buffs, and stockpile when you're not. Which also sort of aligns with blood gauge. Of course, you still want to, like, make sure you don't overcap, but if you can... that's a little weird. You were probably fine to just immediately delirium there instead of waiting until after you had used the blood spiller. But yeah, if you can, you know, build up to a blood spiller, and if you get a buff, that's when it gets priority. Things like that. What I usually do here in this fight, if I'm not main tanking, is that I will, I'll go out of my way to be the one picking up the ads. That's sometimes really annoying. And I'll probably be less likely to do it on Dark Knight than I would with Warrior. Simply because with Dark Knight, I will often be a little bit more like, I want to make sure my GZ is really nice, that I have the correct amount of blood gauge, blah 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 blah. Whereas with Warrior, I'm like, I don't know, I'll have beast gauge. I'll have an amount of beast gauge. That's good enough. Like, that's the funny thing, is that because I play Warrior more, I'll just be like... see, here it actually happened again. You should just weave Living Shadow here. Just immediately, just let it rip. Out the door with it. And then you do Blood Spiller. And then you just do a 1. And then you do Delirium. And then you can do Disesteem if you want. Like, the thing is, what's really nice about both of these cooldowns is that Disesteem gives you 30 seconds. Like, you click Living Shadow, you actually want Living Shadow to be, like, doing his, like, stretches and whatever he's doing before the raid buffs come out. So you really want him to just out the door immediately. But Disesteem, you can just hold that one, and then, like, maybe a raid buff comes up. If not, you can just throw it shortly before the buff window ends for Disesteem. Delirium is a little bit more difficult because it's 2 different buffs that can already be confusing. But those you can technically hold for like 3 GZDs as well, because you have 15 seconds to spend them. It's like, again, this is like, you don't need to do that. it's just an alliance raid. But it's something you could do. It's something you could do. And the key is that both Living Shadow and Delirium would be best that you just throw them out there immediately when they're off cooldown. Just immediately. Let it rip. Is this secretly a Beyblade stream? Maybe. Let it rip. Pants. No pants. Gazel says no to pants. No tank pants. I believe they have crit tenacity on them. It is funny about this guy has an interruptible tank buster. I don't even know what happens if it goes through. Has anyone seen Panzerfaust go through? Back then I wasn't... Are you going for tenacity now? I mean, it's not the best in slot to have crit tenacity. The only reason why I know it all is because I happen to know that when I was putting together the Mentor Carry set. It was pretty neat because it has crit tenacity. I mean, As little, just 3 targets is enough, Leah. Just 3 is enough. But yeah, true. If you can AoE something with Flood of Shadow, that's way better than Edge of Shadow. Oh dear. Do arm's length for that. Fair enough. I feel like whenever I've done this as warrior, this happens to overlap with inner release. You cannot hit the other ones at that moment. Oh yeah, I was not talking about this. I was kind of adding to what Leah was saying, which I think was related to the data ads on the dragon boss. It's the same as with, like, for instance, if we take some other jobs, a Pectomancer might actually want to use Holy and White during, like, an ad phase or something. A Viper would prefer to hold Uncoiled Furies for an ad phase if, like, they have it to spare. A Reaper would want to hold their Harvest Moon for, like, an ad section if they have it to spare. Similarly, Flood of Shadow during an AoE section is probably beneficial. Like that kind of idea. So far you have 3 enemies on you. Can we get to 4? You are at 4 now. Dun 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 dun. Uh-oh. And you have a Vuln stack. You have Rampart. The advice I would probably give while you're tanking 4 is probably use TBN on cooldown. And of course do defensive cooldown cycling if you can, although because of the presence of the tank buster that suddenly comes out, you might have to keep something. It is quite funny how, as the tank, you suddenly realize that you have multiple mobs on you, and it takes a bit, and then the healers go, oh no! And then we're back to DPS mode. But yeah, there isn't that much. I think like the main thing that you could, that you can glean from this as a tank in such a scenario is see how you can optimize your damage. Imagine how sick that boss would be with Blood Price. That would be pretty crazy, yeah. Just MP every time you get swung at. Also, spammable Abyssal Drain. Well, as a G-City, but still. It would be pretty crazy. I wonder if Dark Knight had stayed like that, if they would have made sure that the bosses would still be like some bosses at least would be susceptible to blind or something similar, so that the Dark Passenger could have worked on that fight. And for those that didn't play back then, Dark Passenger was, I believe, a spell that Dark Knights had. It was a frontal line AoE, so it was basically a old school Flood of Shadow in a way. But when you use Dark Arts on it, it blinded the enemies, I believe. Which means like it also cost MP because it was a spell. But the blind could be interesting. It's just that, you know, on enemies what really mattered, they would probably be immune. Also, just saying, very impressed that they let like that they have this alliance raid boss that does so much damage with just a raid wide that players are near death despite there being several like damage reduction effects and like active. Very nice that they actually did that. And the weird thing, that's something that I sometimes think about, is that people are like, nah, they've made the bosses too easy. But I feel like some of the mechanics in this fight are really punishing. It's just that players are actually decently good at it. Yeah, you're right, Bondi. It was an OGCD, which is even weirder because it means that to actually use Dark Arts with Dark Passenger, you had to double weave perfectly. Angry Corns' question about enmity. Is DPS enmity proportional to the damage dealt? When I play Dance, I'm consistently next in enmity after the tank. Am I actually doing more damage than the other DPS? Possibly. The way enmity works, broadly speaking, is that 1 damage equals 1 enmity. And then there are things like buffs generate a minimal amount of enmity, let's say. Just you know, an existing amount of enmity. And healing generates enmity, but healing is really weird about it. The way healing goes about it is that the amount of healing done, like you to put together the amount of healing, then you divide it by 2, typically. Sometimes you have to reduce it even more. Then you take the remaining enmity, or rather, you take the healing done, then you divide it by 2, at least, if not dividing by even more. That's the enmity that's generated. Then you spread the enmity evenly on all enemies present. Which means this is relevant because Dancer has things like Curing Vaults. There's also the thing to mention that healing over time generates no enmity, as of a patch in Endwalker. And that is also a good point. This is also something that I forget because I don't play Dark Knight enough, but Oblation can be used very aggressively since you get 2 charges. Like, essentially, general advice in casual content is, unless you have a really good reason not to, you might as well use Holy Sheltron or Intervention on someone whenever you hit 100 Oath Gauge, or get close to. On Dark Knight, by the exact same token, you might as well use Ablation on someone when you hit 2 charges, because you still have 1. Like, you still have 1 in case you need it, but the second one is like, it's just there, ready to go. So you just... The same also applies for Gunbreaker's Aurora. Like, I've gotten better about it, but yeah, basically, if you're sitting on 2 charges of one of these things, unless you have a really good reason to hold it, just out the door with it, just throw it. Get her done. Because it's free. You have an extra one. Not sure who to use Ablation on when no one has Bone Stack. That's fair. That's also exactly the reason why I was like, I can't give that much advice when you're not actively tanking. Because most of the advice I would be able to give is like, do your burst correctly, I guess. In the same way that if no one needs healing, who do you put Aurora on? No one. Who do you put Intervention or Holy Children on? No one. But then you have it, so the moment that it could be useful, you can just out the door. Just pick the best glam to use it on. I was like, easy tab. Hope you're doing well. Right, so Tristan said that they had to go a little bit ago. It's also Juno again. Maybe don't double down on that. Viek I haven't seen tonight, so maybe we wait on that. But I do know that Orion has said before that they probably won't be able to catch the stream where we look at this. It's been a while. It's actually been months, I think. 2 months. Do I actually have notes? No. Orion playing Pixelmans against Endsing. I don't know if this is normal or extreme, but it looks like it's normal given the thumbnail. But we could still check it out. You know, if someone catches Orion, we could go, hey, by the way, Kai checked out your clip. Woo. Oh, we have full sound on this one. So, I think this is the second time that I've reviewed something on Endsinger in any capacity where the person who sent it isn't there. But I'll still try. It's a lot harder when the person who's getting reviewed isn't here. She almost looks cross-eyed as she looks at you. Let's say Kraken Mo. Hope you're doing well. Oh, just before we do that, Emily said something. You'll get hit a bunch during the second phase of this fight. When the clones mimic the attacks, I have trouble keeping my attention at the right places. That is difficult. My advice on that is that the slashes from the clone, you will usually catch the second slash at least if you look at the boss until he's finished and then look at the slashy clone after that. And because the clone only does 2 slashes, if you can see where the second slash goes, it tells you where the first slash is going, because it's not going to slash twice on one side. It either goes whoop or whoop. Or whoop whoop. It's never, like, double on the same side. This clip is about 2 months old. It might be pre 7.1. Where do you see that from? And the clone that does the half-room cleave thing, I mean, you can just look at it. Because it shows later. They had to cast muses before the pull. Oh, right. Good point. Oh yeah, the opener's a little weird at level 90. There was a little bit of a hesitation there. But they weren't sure, they didn't subtract the palette. The best tip I can give there... Uh-oh. At least there wasn't the rainbow drip payoff. That's fine. The best tip I can give there is that subtractive palette you can just use during the hammer stamps combo. Like, that's usually where I do most of my instant casts in the burst. Is I'll just during hammer stamp or other instants. It's a little harder when you get to bursts where you might not open with hammer stamp. It looked a little bit like there was a not properly weaving surecast, but I could see why you wouldn't, because the priority of making sure that you got it in time for the knockback. Really? That one is also awkward. Tempera Coat is one of the... more like Tempera Grasa is one of the most awkward things. It's really funny because I've talked about this a lot. The fact that Pictomancer has, you know, a raid-wide barrier, but the fact that it is it's 2 weaves to get it, and there is like an internal cooldown on it, so it's kinda over 2 GCDs. It's amazing how many times as Pictomancer I've gone, oh no, there's a raid-wide GCD, weave Tempera, and then like GCD to not like clip the GCD with my weave, and like, well, the raid-wide is coming now. Sorry guys, I didn't make it. And then they go, and then I'm the only one that gets the benefit. Like, that's really awkward. I would say, because there isn't really like, it's not life-threatening, I would probably not have clipped the GCD for that. There's also the additional thing here. The key important detail is, of course, that Holy and White is always better than not casting something. Also, there's a little tip to be had here. The first one is Holy and White is better than doing nothing. But once you have Comet in Black, as far as I understand, because like I'm not a Pictomancer main, I don't know like the absolute maximum optimization stuff to it, but I do believe there's something about Holy and White on single target is like, it's not a gain, it is a minuscule DPS loss to do it, if not doing it would lead to you having more subtractive palettes and so by extension more comets. Like, it's super complicated, but the point is, what matters is that unless you need it for mobility, Holy and White, more than, I think it's like more than 7 of them in a fight, is going to lead to you, quote unquote, losing out on subtractive palette, which would have been better. So it's like, it's really, really specific, but the important part is as long as you're using Holy and White for movement, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's less than 2% lupine, isn't it? I thought it was 0.2%. But anyway, the point is that if you're using it for movement, of course, the correct answer would be just don't need it for movement. Just don't need it. But it's better to use it than nothing. It says the level 90 opener does fire, palm, motif, starry, green, hammer. Well, in fairness, I'm pretty sure that what I taught in my guide, Leah, was slightly different. I believe the way that I did it was that I said fire, green, or rather fire, arrow, or rather fire, palm, arrow, motif, something to that effect. But the reason why I did that, and this is something that I've taught before, is that the opener I designed was designed to make sense as you level up. Like, as you level up and replace the pieces with rainbow drip and things like that, it's supposed to make more sense. There's a more optimal one now. But I'm pretty sure that what Orion did was very close to what I said in my guide, so at the very least, I'm not gonna fault them for that. And also, it also looked like they were hesitating a bit on the opener. They were like a little bit like, how was it again? Because there were other points where they're like, oh, right, subtractive palette, and things like that. And yeah, exactly, it's less than 1% to use every single holy, and that's also why I'm like, it's really minor, but it is something to consider that you don't have to spend all of your holies just because you have them. No worries, Leah. That is an awkward time. You should smudge back to your garden. It's a really awkward time to do your motifs. I'm also pretty sure that here, from now on, there may be an argument that oh, you should have kept using water and blue there. There is an argument that you shouldn't have done Starry Sky motif there, because there would be an opportunity to do that with no target a little bit later. And yeah, true. Free Comet. You could have used Holy and White there, but I'm pretty sure that if I had been in that position, I might have done the same. Like, where's the planet going? Oh, no. I'm almost certain I've done that. But you could have used Holy and White there as you did that awkward panic run. Uh-oh. You made it! Fantastic! Stasis. You know, my suggestion that you didn't have to use Starry Sky motif earlier is wrong, because Starry Muse is ready again. There's also the other tip, and you did it this time, Orion, is that well, there's a little bit of a goof up there. But the idea that I was going with was it's a lot easier to get your, like, the opening of your burst, if you like to open with Hammer Stamp, just right. If you weave Striking Muse while you're leading up to Starry Muse, instead of, like, using Starry Muse and then going, oh, whoops. This was also possibly the most awkward time that the boss could become untargetable. And also that, the ley lines was forgotten again. This is the second time where the boss has forced you out of your Starry Muse, and you forgot to go back. Honestly, I've done that on Black Mage as well. Like, the boss forces me out of my ley lines, and then I just forget to go back. I've even panic ran away from my ley lines for no reason sometimes. And that's, of course, as Black Mage. But yeah, a tip here as the fight is getting closer and closer to the intermission section is that I would say if the boss has an intermission coming up, start to think about, well, will I need this muse right now? So instead of thinking, I could draw something now, you think, well, do I need it before the intermission happens? Because then, when the boss becomes untargetable, you can go, oh, I'll just draw my hammers, like my Striking Muse up. Or I'll draw up my Living Muse. I'll draw up my Starry Muse. Like, essentially, you're saving something, like some work for later, for when you can't do it at another time. It's very normal when you're learning Pictomet. Like, for instance, here, you wouldn't even have the option to draw. But in a little bit, there will be something. Actually, there was, like, almost enough time that you could draw one motif there. And I'm pretty sure you have plenty of time to draw up everything after this guy, is that? Which may be what you're planning for right now. Draw time! Draw, 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 draw! Perfect. More drawing. I mean, you could have swift casted that one if you really want to be in the center. Also, not that you needed to swift cast. Like now you could have swift casted so you could spend more time just standing there. Well, I guess you could attack a little bit more. You didn't save any time is my point by swift casting it, but you could. Yeah. Probably a good idea. Not sure if that is up. Like, is that enough time? I feel like I would probably had held my burst there if it was me. But you'll make it. You'll just barely make it. No, comet! You had a comet! You could have commented! Well, I mean, now you get to finish the combo instead. That's also fine. I imagine the reason why the Muse charges were all spent was because Orion maybe didn't expect they would even be able to spend everything, or rather be able to have it, like, well, be able to spend everything, and then like there's this, and then they'll have more and they'll just overcap. Wham. That is an awkward way to start this phase, but I think it's the best you can do, because you get like stacking damage buffs as the fight progresses. So this is the best time to draw, is as the fight is starting. There's a possibility that... No, I think you'll have a burst, so it was not the best that you used your Mark of the Ages there. And this is what gets really awkward when your cooldowns start to get offset a little bit. Optimally, it would have been better if you had the A Living Muse and your Mark of the Ages now, and also your Striking Muse now. But because all the cooldowns are a little bit offset from each other, that's not how it will play out. And this is going to be a little awkward for your burst. Comet? This is a case of Orion was looking at the fight and just trying to click something. I've done that too. At this point, there's probably no reason to draw any more motifs, because the fight is over. In fact, you should spam Holy and White now. Maybe should have spammed Holy and White a little sooner, in fact. But that was decent. There are a few things here and there. And it's also a few months ago, so there's the possibility that your Orion is like, yeah, I know, I'm way better now. But it's still helpful. Maybe someone else sees this and is like, oh, that was nice to know. That's nice to know. Ow! I'm leaving! Comes back. Actually, I'm still mad. Swiftcast Rainbow's the true finisher? Well, the thing is, Lupine, at level 90 you wouldn't have Rainbow. Like, the bursts there might be missing a lot, but that's because Star Prism and Rainbow Drip are not available at level 90. And yeah, that's true, Leah. If you have Swift casting a motif while you're repositioning is probably some of the best you could do. Because that's something you would have done anyway, whereas the Holy and White is something as, like... As was mentioned, it's a really, really, really small loss. But it's something you maybe wouldn't do if it wasn't for having to move. Like, the Swift-casted motif is like, you're just putting something in there you would have done anyway. Like, it's the whole thing with Pixelmans and downtime as well, is that the benefit is that you do something you would have done anyway. Fair enough, Lupine. But yeah, what we have left now is a clip from Milo, who had to go for some D&D stuff, and Viech, which I haven't seen tonight. Maybe we'll wait until next time. But yeah, let me just reiterate, as I remember now, this stream, unlike the previous streams, was done on like a fourth of the bitrate that I normally run on. My brother, who was paying attention to it, mentioned that there were a few points in the stream where things looked a little, like muddy here and there, and a few times he mentioned stuff that I could change. So maybe the next one will look a little bit better. The reason why the bitrate is a lot lower is because I'm testing some stuff where that might be required for the future. But optimally, it shouldn't tank the quality of the stream too much. Given that no one mentioned anything, I imagine that people either were like, it's probably on my end. It's also possible people like didn't care, or maybe you were watching on a low enough resolution that you can't even tell. That was just to say, I did notice, I was told that it might be very noticeable when I do this. And the reason why I mention it now, and I also mentioned it at the start of the stream instead of having like a pinned comment like I did like last week about something about this PC, is because if I had a pinned comment about it, it would probably have people, exactly, Leah, that you would probably had noticed way more if I basically put like a sign at the door going, there's something wrong with this stream, find the mistake, right? Then you'd notice a lot faster, or you might find something that is normally a problem for you. Gazel says, I had some lag, but not sure if that was just on my end or not. I think others mentioned that too, but that was simultaneously with others going, I didn't see anything. So that could be your own connection. It could also be YouTube acting up. But I will probably mess around a little bit with the settings a bit to see if we can get it a little bit better. Yeah, basically, normally I've been streaming with 25,000 kilobits per second on the bitrate, which is really high. The bitrate for tonight was 6,000, which is what YouTube recommends for a 1080p stream. So if it looks weird, then like, there you go. That's fair, Lupin. I feel like there's a lot of people that are like that. They might not be too focused on the stream being perfectly crisp quality, them all listening in, and then maybe looking when something strange happens, something funny happens. But it would be a shame if then something funny happens and then you look and then it's just like, that's when you realize that the stream is actually like 4 pixels. It's just up here it's blue and over here it's like purple and down here it's just white and down here it's pink because of my shirt. And that's all you see. It's like just like some sort of weird muddy 4 pixel situation. Like, what's happening here? You like have no idea what's going on. And I don't know. No one said anything because everyone is just like, they thought this was a podcast. Leah says, also I should record a warrior clip at some point. I keep making small rotational mistakes around keeping up Surging Tempest and overcap engage. You know, that one is pretty understandable. If you really try to perfectly optimize warrior, I, despite how much warrior I play, somewhat frequently bump into the situation that if you have like a full beast gauge and inner release is coming up, and you have an Infuriate, and Infuriate's cooldown is 30 seconds or less, then you're going to overcap on something. Because you first have to eat through the inner release Fell Cleaves. Now it's down to 15 seconds. And, well, actually you will not eat through something. You have to be perfect if it's 30 seconds, but if it's like 25, then it starts to get really sketchy, because it's like, at 25 seconds you use inner release, and then you Fell Cleave 3 times. Now it's down to 10 seconds, and you still have full beast gauge, and also it took you 7.5 seconds to do it. So actually you can't Fell Cleave now. So actually, if it was on 30 seconds, that's exactly the break point. So like, it's very easy to bump into that. So like, getting it perfect, it requires some planning. But then I would also say Warrior is one of those where it doesn't hurt too much to get it mostly right. Mark says, I keep meaning to record a clip, but I hate remembering to pull up OBS. What I would say is, well, it is difficult because whatever you do, you would have to open up OBS. But there is a setting in OBS where you can enable it to like record in hindsight, although it does require a lot of memory to do that. But you could do that. Ideally, you'd have 50 gauge in that scenario, but that's all planning. Yeah, exactly, Perrin. The thing is, for me, usually I don't run into having 100 gauge when that happens. It's more like when I goof it up, right? It's more like I have it all perfectly planned out, but then I'm like off by one or two GCDs. So when the whole thing plays out, I have 60 beast gauge, and then it's really awkward. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that it wasn't too noticeable that there was some quality changes on the stream. I can at least assume the sound is fine. My issue is outside of burst. Yeah, that's fair. I would say one thing you could do, Leah, which might help a little bit, is that if your problem is overcapping your Surging Tempest with inner release, for instance, is to make sure you only use Storm's Eye when the duration is below 20 seconds. But that might also just be avoiding the issue, because like optimally you just like pay attention to whether you should or shouldn't. Like you check Storm, like when you're getting ready to Storm's Eye, you look at the cooldown of inner release and go, is there time for that? And things like that. Sound wasn't too good when you did Clemency IRL. Yeah, I did it with no sound. Oh, that one. Oh, whoops. Surging Tempest was down to the last 20 seconds. I have done that too, but usually I do that when something goes wrong overall. Like getting distracted. And it is funny, once Surging Tempest drops, it's somehow even harder to remember to do it because you don't have the timer ticking down reminding you anymore. Ooh. Getting too lost in the Fell Cleave sauce. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, speaking of sauce, I think this is a good time that we round up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, but like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. Whether it was the funny walk where we talked about a bunch of stuff or the clip reviews, I appreciate it. If you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. That's also where you will find the clip reviews room, where you will find, that's where you post your clips if you want me to review some of your stuff. You'll also find the schedule, so you can see what else is happening in the coming days. And I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And if you go to the announcement room, you'll see links to videos and streams when they put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I put them out, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the description. It's also on the channel at large. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. So thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.